sudah. Harus nama foto. Mas, udah mama. Sudah. Sudah ada. Lagi yang bisa.
Rashid and Mr. Bernardino Vega.
What was ASEAN like 10 years ago? 30 years ago? 50 years ago? Can you remember? Let us travel back in time.
Resource management was especially during the pandemic.
We remain dedicated to pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the green energy space. As the CEO of a green energy company, our mission is to drive positive change and contribute significantly to the global energy transition.
As a scientist in One ASEAN Health Initiative, I'm proud of our collaborative efforts, advancing medical research, innovative clinical treatments, and improved healthcare access.
I believe accelerating the flow of goods and reducing trade barrier is imperative in creating increased trade opportunities, efficiency, and competitiveness.
Empowering other farmers is our mission to accelerate agricultural production. From smart irrigation systems to precision tools, we have more time to focus on what truly matters.
I cannot stress enough the significance of embracing a robust digital marketing strategy. By leveraging digital platforms, we have successfully expanded our global presence.
I firmly believe that achieving net zero emissions in Southeast Asia requires prioritizing equitable access to clean energy, incentivizing sustainable practices, and fostering green innovation.
As a doctor, I'm immensely proud to be part of the One ASEAN Health Initiative. This collaborative effort has allowed healthcare professionals like myself to come together, share knowledge, and work toward the common goal of improving healthcare and R&D across Asia.
As a Vietnamese restaurant owner, I am committed to playing my part in strengthening food security and contributing to a sustainable ASEAN food system. By prioritizing locally sourced, nutritious ingredients in our dishes, we not only support the health of our customers but also promote regional agriculture and food production.
We are delighted to see a growing seamless cross-border trade across ASEAN countries. The seamless cross-border trade fosters greater market access and collaboration opportunities, driving economic growth for our businesses.
ASEAN Bar presents the power of unity. ASEAN Matters, the epicentrum of growth.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023. Thank you for the positive energy. Everyone is looking great for today. It's truly an honor for me to stand before you as the master of ceremony for this remarkable event. For those of you who have joined us today, my name is Zilfia Iskandar. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had many insights and inspirations from our speakers and discussions. Started with a powerful panel on how prominent thought leaders conveyed their perspectives on how ASEAN can assert its agency and centrality in the multipolar world. The ASEAN Business and Investment Summit policy sessions are where we dive deeper into the policies made by the 6 working groups. As we embark on the second day of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023, I hope you all had a productive day yesterday. Today promises to be another incredible opportunity to gain insights, exchange knowledge, and foster partnerships in the interest of driving economic growth in ASEAN. Once again, I extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for being an integral part of this event. Let's proceed to our first agenda of the day. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver their welcoming remarks, it is my pleasure to call upon to the stage the Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and the alternate Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Mr. Arshad Rashid and Mr. Bernardino Vega. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, welcome to day 2 of our summit. Together with our alternate chair, Pak Bernardino Vigo, wishing a great heartfelt good morning to all of you. If there's one thought I wish that to plant firmly in our minds today, after listening to the video played before us, is the power of teamwork. The ASEAN nations, with their rich histories, cultures, economies, and perspective, have always found strengths in unity.
Yesterday, we also set a profound tone, Chair Arshad. We discussed urgent policy actions to boost economic integration in ASEAN. And our thematic coverage spanned from digital transformation to sustainable development, health resilience, and essentials of food security and trade and investment facilitation.
The dialogue about ASEAN weight in the evolving global order was particularly enlightening, spotlighting our growth and its global impact. But as we know, ideas are the starting point. What matters most is turning these ideas into real, tangible actions that makes a difference. And that's our focus today. We're aiming to bridge our innovative strategies with government initiative.
That's true, Chair. The private sector, they bring ideas, they bring agility and also dynamism. The public sector, they provide scale, infrastructure, and a regulatory framework. When both sides understand and support each other, the path to progress becomes quite clear.
It's worth noting that our vision at ASEAN BAC has always been to ensure growth for every individual, every community. Yeah. This means our conversations, our plans, our strategies should echo the aspirations of every ASEAN citizens. And that's why today's discussion will be inclusive, with voices ranging from the keen academic to the spiritual, religious leaders.
Yeah, that's impressive, Chair. Because it isn't just about profits. It's about creating value that uplifts society. And today we will also reflect on the importance of public-private cooperation, the ethical responsibilities that drive businesses, and the vision that guides us together towards the ASEAN of 2045.
We will also listen to the insights from several state leaders today, from ASEAN to our dialogue partners. The connections between governments and business is our key strength. Let's remember that connecting ideas, peoples, and economies is at the heart of ASEAN's progress. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment and energy. And I'm eagerly looking forward to shaping the ASEAN narrative for years to come with all of you. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Arshad and also Mr. Bernardino. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our chairs. We believe that the vision that Mr. Arshad and Mr. Bernardino have been shared was truly enriching for us. We also would like to extend our sincere thanks to each of our sponsors for their support to this event. Our platinum sponsors, the Astra International, Indica Energy, Sinarmas. Our gold sponsors, Bakri Group, East Ventures, Indofood, Mayora Group. For the silver sponsors, AC Ventures, Alpha GWC Ventures, April Group, BCA, Chandra Asri Petrochemical, ICDX, MRT Jakarta, Permata Bank, Standard Chartered, Surya Cipta Swadaya, Video, Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park, and our bronze sponsors, Bronze, Grab Indonesia, Kalbe Pharma, and TBS. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arshad Rashid and Mr. Bernardino Vega have emphasized that what matters the most is turning the ideas into real, tangible actions that make difference by bridging innovative strategies with government initiatives. The second day of the summit will aim to shape the ASEAN narrative, considering the insights from state leaders and emphasizing the vital connection between government and business. The ultimate goal is to advance ASEAN's progress by connecting ideas, people, and economies. Continuing this momentum, it is now my distinct pleasure to present an exciting second day of the summit, and you're going to witness a historical moment of ABIS 2023. Get ready for an extraordinary refill. I'm delighted to bring you a historic moment, a showcase of ASEAN Bank Indonesia's legacy projects across 5 key priorities. Mr. Arshad, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and as distinguished guests, it's truly an honor to stand before you to announce the legacy projects of Indonesia ASEAN Bank chairmanships. A reflection of our values to bring innovative solutions to the region. The projects are covering 5 policy priority agenda that we underlined during this year's leadership. From empowering MSMEs, connecting people digitally, ensuring food security and health resilience, decarbonizing our economy, and investing, also trading with ASEAN countries. The importance of impact and sustainability cannot be overstated. It cannot be overstated because it is important that all this, the importance of sustainability and impact in our pursuit of economic integrations, we must ensure that our efforts are underpinned by real practices, concrete and tangible. We believe in collaborations
an initiative that brings our collective efforts into one vision, more possible, more prosperous, equitable ASEAN. Here, I stand with 7 legacy lads or leads of ASEAN Bucks Indonesia, the Avengers, who will present to you each of them. Go ahead, Pak Pandu.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pandu Shahrir, honored to stand before you today as the legacy lead of ASEAN QR Code. 6 ASEAN nations, including Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, and Vietnam, have come together to collaborate on the ASEAN cross-border payment using QR codes. All central banks have joined forces to make cross-border payments in ASEAN faster, more cost-effective, transparent, and inclusive. The piloting phase of cross-border QR payments linkage between Indonesia and Thailand launched on August 17, 2021, and has been running successfully since then. The Indonesia-Malaysia cross-border QR has also followed suit with commercial usage starting in May 2023. Today, we've also initiated a pilot program for a cross-border QRIS with Singapore commencing on August 17 of this year. Our strides in cross-border payments represent a significant leap forward in our commitment to regional economic cooperation and integration. Together, we are laying the foundation for a resilient and prosperous ASEAN that will remain the epicenter of global growth for decades to come. Thank you for your attention. Off to you, Hans.
Thank you, Pandu. My name is Hans Lukiman, and I'd like to thank you today for coming and for your attention. Our mission here is clear: to create a robust digital financing landscape for MSMEs across ASEAN. The ASEAN BUC Digital Transformation Working Group believes that investors from across the ASEAN region, from any ASEAN nation, should be able to fund MSME loans anywhere within our region. This approach not only diversifies investment opportunities, but also expands the funder base for those in greatest need. We aim to widen access to credit for all ASEAN MSMEs, underpinned by transparent rules. Achieving this requires dialogue with key stakeholders and actionable, rational plans. The role of data is pivotal. We champion data transparency and interoperability, using technologies that ensure sovereignty and consent while facilitating valid use. As we respect domestic data standards, we're also advocating for regulated cross-border data utilization. Our digital approach prioritizes the safety and interests of MSMEs, especially in data protection. As we embrace innovation, we're also mindful of risks, striving for a balance that benefits all. We are committed to ASEAN centrality, where digital transformation of financing knows no borders. Thank you. Over to you, Aldi.
Good morning. My name is Aldi Haryapratomo, and we're building a Wikipedia-like database that will help ASEAN SMEs export, called the Wiki Entrepreneur. SMEs in ASEAN only account for 18% of exports. Most of them are not ready to meet an international buyer because they lack an understanding of certification, logistics, and competition. During our international roadshow, we met many organizations that have a program to help SMEs go abroad, but the information is scattered and in different languages. At the B20, Japan became our very first partner. For 1 year, we researched priority sectors, collected export programs, and trained Indonesian SMEs to meet Japanese buyers. This week, a cocoa producer received its first international order. We want to deploy this platform across ASEAN and are using GPT so that all of the information gathered can be accessed in Thai, Vietnamese, Tagalog, and other ASEAN languages. We look forward to working with your organizations so that other ASEAN SMEs can go global.
My name is Darsono Hartono, and it is a great pleasure that I'm standing here today to represent our 2 legacy projects from the Sustainable Development Working Group. The first one is the Carbon Center of Excellence. We recognize the importance of carbon offsetting in our race to net zero. Our aim is to enable the growth of carbon trading in the region through knowledge sharing and community building. Our Carbon Knowledge Hub will be live tomorrow through the Bloomberg NEF event and proudly supported by our long-term partner, Bloomberg NEF. I'm also proud to announce that we are launching the ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Market, or AACM for short. AACM is the first private sector-led body to advocate for cross-border efforts in the area of carbon market development. We are proud to be supported by the global organizations such as Bloomberg NEF, London Stock Exchange, ICVCM, AITA, WBCSD, and others. The second one, ASEAN Net Zero Hub, aimed to play a pivotal role in fostering collaboration and coordination among diverse stakeholders and in enabling the alignment of efforts and strategy towards the common goal of achieving net zero emission. This year, ASEAN Net Zero Hub, together with Systemic, have also kickstarted 20+ dialogue in identifying positive tipping points for low carbon solution in the region. These tipping points offer opportunity in high emitting sector from electric vehicles to ship running on green hydrogen. We will launch the full report around COP28 in Dubai this year, and we hope this will galvanize public and private climate action across the ASEAN countries. And finally, I just want to reiterate our commitment as a region to achieving net zero in the most just and equitable manner. For that to happen, I think collaboration is key, and that is exactly what we're trying to promote here. Collaboration and cooperation. Thank you. Off to you, Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests of ASEAN BAC, I am Michael Rampangile, and I'm honored to unveil our remarkable projects from the Health Working Group. The ASEAN BAC Health Institute, the ASEAN One-Shot Campaign, and the Zero Dengue Coalition. The ASEAN BAC Health Institute is our fortification of hope, dedicated to forging health equity, accessible care, and unwavering resilience across the ASEAN nations. It's where innovation thrives, intensifying research for vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics, while serving as the region's wellspring of knowledge and data hub. The ASEAN One-Shot Campaign and Zero Dengue Coalition echoes our resounding call for vaccine equity and accessibility, uniting around critical VTD investments, healthcare supply harmonization, genomic partnerships, digital surveillance, and connectivity. Just yesterday, we sealed an historic pact with Moderna TX, harnessing the power of mRNA technology to combat tuberculosis, diabetes, influenza, and oncology diseases. These initiatives are collective stepping stones toward the ultimate goal, fortifying health resilience, equity, and accessibility across ASEAN. I extend heartfelt gratitude for your precious time. Join us on this captivating journey of progress and transformation. Off to you, Arif.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arif Rahmat, and I'm grateful and proud to share with you two of our legacy projects from the Food Security Working Group, the Unified Narrative and the Inclusive Closed-Loop Model. Firstly, since achieving food security requires a holistic strategy that encompasses the entire value chain, we propose a 4-step approach called the Unified Narrative, which is comprised of commodity profiling, commodity balance sheet, key success factors, and key policies. Secondly, the Inclusive Closed-Loop Model places smallholders at the center of a multi-stakeholder ecosystem that empowers them with access to finance, technology, know-how, and market. Through these two frameworks, we aim to ensure food security in our region and uplift the productivity and livelihoods of all stakeholders, especially those living in economically marginalized areas. Thank you. Over to you, Roderick.
Thank you, Arif. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roderick Purwana. It is a great pleasure that I'm standing here today to introduce ASEAN-backed newest legacy project, ASEAN Business Entity. Through ASEAN Business Entity, or ABE, ASEAN-backed will promote intra-ASEAN investment by offering advantages to ASEAN-originated businesses in operating in the region, such as simplified regulations and streamlined procedures. The first step is to identify and acknowledge such qualified ASEAN-originated business operations to be awarded status as ASEAN business entity, and then formulate policies to support and incentivize them to increase business participation in various ASEAN countries. This will increase intra-ASEAN investments and further enhance collaboration among ASEAN members, and thus creating a strong and resilient economic cooperation and integration to ensure ASEAN remain epicenter of global growth for decades ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Now, we are going to have the launching soon. For the gentlemen, please get closer to the LEDQ as we are going to have the launch procession. So, the launching will be marked by touching the LEDQ. So, please be ready, gentlemen. On my count. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for the 8 legacy projects of the ASEAN Bank Indonesia chairmanship. Congratulations, gentlemen. Please take a photo together. We'll have a photo session. Yeah, near the LEDQ. Okay. All right, we'll start with a formal pose. All right. And then what pose? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a round of applause to the launch of 8 legacy projects by the ASEAN Bank Indonesia chairmanship. Congratulations once again. We truly hope that the 8 legacy projects will bring positive impacts to ASEAN growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN Bank 2023 chairmanship has made great strides in driving ongoing collaborative efforts to develop concrete and actionable legacy projects. Allow me to also extend an invitation to everyone in this room to continue together with us in transitioning from vision to action. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our exploration of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023, allow me to welcome to the stage the coordinating vice chairwoman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Kadin Indonesia, Mrs. Carmelita Hartarto, to introduce the next session.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you all today, welcoming all the unique individuals whose presence have illuminated our regions to EPAS. It is with a great respect that I introduce to you all the Vice Chairman of Ho Chi Minh City, Mr. Boy Sung Kung, who came all the way to Indonesia to be with us today. Your presence here signals the importance of the private sectors to regional prosperity. We will hear from the Vice Chairman on how ASEAN can support businesses and maintain its centrality in the region's architect through. It is deepening partnerships in this multipolar world. With that, allow me to hand the audience over to Vice Chairman Chong to welcome us with some words. Thank you.
Thưa Ngài Chủ tịch và các thành viên Hội đồng Tư vấn Kinh doanh ASEAN, thưa các vị lãnh đạo Phòng Thương mại và Công nghiệp các nước ASEAN, thưa các doanh nhân đại diện cho doanh nghiệp và toàn thể các quý vị. Hôm nay tôi rất hân hạnh được tham dự và phát biểu tại Hội nghị Thượng đỉnh Kinh doanh và Đầu tư ASEAN 2023 với chủ đề ASEAN trong vai trò trung tâm, sáng tạo để bao trùm hơn. Trước hết, xin thay mặt cho lãnh đạo và nhân dân thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, tôi xin gửi lời tới Ngài Chủ tịch, các nhà lãnh đạo của các phòng thương mại và công nghiệp các nước ASEAN cùng toàn thể các quý vị đại biểu lời chào trân trọng và lời chúc mừng tốt đẹp nhất. Thưa các quý đại biểu, thế giới đang chứng kiến nhiều thách thức đa chiều mang tính toàn cầu như dịch bệnh, đứt gãy chuỗi cung ứng, biến đổi khí hậu và các thách thức đến an ninh môi trường, an ninh lương thực, an ninh năng lượng. Các nước ASEAN nói chung và Việt Nam nói riêng không đứng ngoài các thách thức này. Tuy nhiên, kinh nghiệm phối hợp chặt chẽ giữa các nước trong
In
khu vực
spite of this,
trước những
ASEAN 56-year history of regional cooperation on the variety of global issues has yielded numerous positive outcomes in terms of social and economic stabilization, as well as the revival of regional trade. Against this backdrop, cooperation at the local level, both in bilateral and multilateral form, play an increasing vital role in fostering regional development. The multilateral forums and organizations at the local level has affirmed its role. The sister relations between cities and cities across countries are broadened and offers an abundance of development opportunities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam has always valued the contribution of local authorities to national development. Therefore, our leaders at various levels emphasize the significance of local leadership in fostering regional development. Specifically, Vietnam's diplomatic strategy in the new era states that building economic diplomacy for development with people, localities, and businesses as the center. The Vietnamese government has designated the Southern Key Economic Zone as the driving force for the country's sustainable development, and Ho Chi Minh City will play a crucial role in terms of communicating with other key economic zones, integrating into the supply chain, and actively participating in ASEAN framework and the Greater Mekong sub-region framework. Based on the experience of Ho Chi Minh City in international corporations, I would like to have some recommendations on enhancing the role of municipalities for regional prosperity. First, local leaders must acknowledge their interest in utilizing international cooperation as a means to develop the local economy and society, thus contributing to bring national prestige to a higher position.
quốc gia trên trường quốc tế. Lãnh đạo thành phố Hồ Chí Minh đã sớm
Early on, the Ho Chi Minh City Authority has realized the importance of international cooperation. From the city suffering from war consequences, now Ho Chi Minh City has established sister relations with 54 municipalities across 5 continents. These sister relations have provided the city with valuable resources and experiences for implementing development programs, such as program on flood control and sea level rise with Rotterdam, Netherlands, a program on low carbon emissions with Osaka, Japan, and an urban planning program with Singapore, etc. In addition, the city is responsible and active participant in multilateral international cooperation mechanisms has helped the city gain more experiences, thus contributing to the city's sustainable development. Secondly, municipal leaders must quickly comprehend global trends and capitalize on resources from the central government. The greater a regional GDP, the more it can globalize its economy and enhance the nation's status.
Lớn hơn cho đất nước. Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh là một trung tâm về kinh tế, văn hóa, giáo dục, đào tạo, khoa học công nghệ, đầu mối giao lưu và hội nhập quốc tế của Việt Nam. Với dân số hơn 14 triệu người, gần 300.000 doanh nghiệp đang hoạt động, là một thị trường hết sức tiềm năng. Chúng tôi tận dụng những điều kiện thuận lợi từ nghị quyết của Quốc hội và Chính phủ Việt Nam cho phép thành phố Hồ Chí Minh thực hiện thí điểm một số cơ chế chính sách đặc thù vượt trội về đầu tư, quản lý đô thị, tài nguyên môi trường, khoa học công nghệ và các ngành nghề ưu tiên thu hút nhà đầu tư chiến lược để phát triển thành phố. Hướng tới mục tiêu đến năm 2030, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ là thành phố dịch vụ công nghiệp hiện đại, trung tâm kinh tế tài chính của Việt Nam, hội nhập quốc tế sâu rộng. Trong quá trình phát triển, thành phố luôn xác định doanh nghiệp đóng vai trò động lực, trung tâm. Vào ngày 13 tháng 9 năm 2023 tới đây, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ tổ chức diễn đàn kinh tế thành phố Hồ Chí Minh lần thứ 4 với chủ đề Tăng trưởng xanh, hành trình hướng tới giảm phát thải bằng không. Đây là một sự kiện quy mô quốc tế lớn do thành phố tổ chức hàng năm với mong muốn tạo một diễn đàn quốc tế ở cấp địa phương, đóng góp vào sự phát triển toàn diện và bền vững toàn cầu. Thứ ba, các địa phương cần đẩy mạnh hợp tác, liên kết nội vùng, liên vùng nhằm tạo không gian kinh tế thống nhất, khắc phục các điểm nghẽn, huy động và sử dụng hiệu quả các nguồn lực, nâng cao khả năng cạnh tranh của vùng. Việc hợp tác liên vùng, đặc biệt là với các địa phương nằm tại khu vực biên giới của các quốc gia, có thể giúp quan hệ hợp tác giữa liên vùng trở nên chặt chẽ hơn, thậm chí giúp giải quyết mâu thuẫn xung đột giữa các bên thông qua hợp tác về kinh tế, thương mại, an ninh, văn hóa. Chính phủ Việt Nam xác định cần phải nâng cao hiệu quả liên kết vùng, phát triển các trục hành lang kinh tế trọng điểm, lấy thành phố Hồ Chí Minh làm trung tâm. Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ chủ động và tích cực tham gia các hoạt động hợp tác quốc tế trong khuôn khổ của ASEAN và các cơ chế hợp tác tiểu vùng của sông Mekong nhằm thu hút nguồn lực vào lĩnh vực ưu tiên phát triển của vùng nói chung, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh nói riêng, từ đó đóng góp vào sự phát triển của quốc gia và khu vực. Thưa các quý vị, tôi xin kết thúc bài phát biểu của mình bằng một nhận xét của Hội đồng chương trình nghị sĩ về nâng cao năng lực cạnh tranh của Diễn đàn Kinh tế Thế giới năm 2023. Đó là hơn bao giờ hết, các thành phố là huyết mạch của nền kinh tế toàn cầu. Khả năng cạnh tranh của các thành phố ngày càng quyết định sự giàu có và sự nghèo đói của các quốc gia, khu vực và thế giới. Do đó, những gì làm cho các thành phố thành công phải là một trong những câu hỏi quan trọng nhất của nền kinh tế chính trị thế kỷ 21. Tôi hy vọng Hội nghị thượng đỉnh về kinh doanh và đầu tư lần này sẽ là dịp để các địa phương, các thành phố trong khu vực tăng cường giao lưu, chia sẻ kinh nghiệm trong quản trị thành phố, qua đó thắt chặt hơn nữa quan hệ tốt đẹp giữa các thành phố, các địa phương nói riêng, các quốc gia nói chung, đem lại lợi ích thiết thực và hài hòa cho người dân và cộng đồng doanh nghiệp trong khu vực. Tôi xin kính chúc Ngài Chủ tịch Hội đồng Tư vấn Kinh doanh ASEAN cùng toàn thể quý vị lãnh đạo các hiệp hội, các doanh nhân, đại diện các doanh nghiệp sức khỏe, hạnh phúc, thành công. Chúc hội nghị của chúng ta thành công rực rỡ. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Welcome to all excellencies. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next session, we will delve into the innovative realm of Industry 4.0 and its implications for our region. Industry experts, thought leaders, and visionaries will guide us through the transformation taking place in our industries, highlighting the fusion of technology and manufacturing and the opportunities this conference presents for ASEAN's growth. So without further ado, to provide us with a key perspective on this matter, it is a pleasure for me to call upon the Secretary of Trade and Industry of the Philippines to deliver special ministerial remarks on the topic of manufacturing to manufacturing, ASEAN's transition into Industry 4.0. Please welcome His Excellency Alfredo Pascua.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ASEAN industry leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We in ASEAN find ourselves in an extraordinary moment in history, a pivotal point where ASEAN has the chance not only to participate in the global economy, but to lead it. Yet the landscape is fraught with challenges and rapid changes. The climate crisis, the geopolitical risks, and the rapid changes we are in our midst, including the supply chain disruptions. These challenges signify that we are still far to the steady progress and predictable pattern that we have experienced in the past. We must skillfully navigate through an unpredictable economic environment to solidify our standing as a global production dynamo. We must transform our production sectors and enable them to become more adaptive to market shifts with agility and precision. Our industries adapt and are prepared to fully embrace innovation and digitalization. In transforming to Industry 4.0, ASEAN must therefore shift from manufacturing to mind-facturing. From strengthening traditional factors of production, we need to galvanize intellectual capital and innovation to maintain and explore new comparative advantages in the world market. Innovation is our catalyst to transformation. Mind-facturing transcends the traditional boundaries of manufacturing by emphasizing the fusion of human expertise and cutting-edge technologies, and empowering human intelligence to envision novel solutions and integrate technologies seamlessly. A 2020 study by Kearney and EDBI of Singapore already projects that AI alone could supercharge ASEAN economy by 2030, potentially boosting our regional GDP by 10 to 18% nearly 1 trillion in additional economic activity. $1 trillion US, that is. However, these benefits are not a given. They hinge on the economic structure and readiness of each and every ASEAN member state to embrace these technologies, these new technologies. While the promise of technological advancement is immense, it comes with a caveat. It can either bridge the developmental gap or widen it. We must ensure that our march toward technological progress is equitable and inclusive, and that no nation within ASEAN is left behind in the shadows of progress. ASEAN unified vision for the fourth industrial revolution is clear. The progress of our region is a collective responsibility. It calls for unprecedented collaboration and unity among ASEAN policymakers, business leaders, and stakeholders at both the country and regional levels. Together, we must forge a pathway to a more inclusive and sustainable future that harnesses the full power of manufacturing. To demonstrate ASEAN's resolve to embrace a united vision and approach toward Industry 4.0, ASEAN leaders have adopted the Consolidated Strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution for ASEAN in 2021 under the chairmanship of Brunei, which established ASEAN's 3 visions toward a digital ASEAN community. Under this framework, ASEAN member states have declared their intent to 1. Embrace innovation in transforming society and contribute to social progress and sustainable development. 2. To harness technologies to build a resilient, inclusive, integrated, and globally competitive economy. And 3. To embrace innovation in transforming society and contribute to social progress and sustainable development. These 2021 ASEAN visions and principles perfectly dovetail with the industrial strategy of the Philippines, which is rooted in science, technology, and innovation, or STI. In the Philippines, we have delineated 6 strategic actions aimed at fostering an inclusive and sustainable transformation. First strategy, embrace Industry 4.0. We're integrating new technologies to make our industries competitive and hubs of innovation. Second strategy, upskilling and reskilling. Our workforce development programs are tailored to meet demands of the future, eliminating skill mismatches and building human capital. Third strategy, innovative MSMEs and startups. We nurture small businesses and startups to become digital transformation and innovation pioneers. Fourth strategy, investment synergy. By aligning our industry development, trade, and investment policies, we're creating a magnet for investments that can plug gaps in our supply and value chains. Fifth strategy, regional development. We are focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship in sectors like agro-industry, ensuring that prosperity is distributed widely across the country. And sixth strategy, enabling infrastructure. We're investing in physical and digital infrastructure to reduce business costs and attract further investments. Informed by these 6 strategic actions, we in the Philippines are rolling out critical initiatives to foster a robust industry and innovation ecosystem. Beyond framework and partnerships, we're also laying down concrete foundations, quite literally. We are setting up an Industry 4.0 pilot factory that will serve as a sandbox for innovation, featuring pilot labs for robotics, intelligent systems, and cyber-physical interfaces. To turn this vision into reality, the government and the private sector in the Philippines are collaborating to set up a Center for AI Research. Our digital journey, we remain committed to a people-centered approach. As we all know, digital transformation is 90% about people and talent, and only 10% about technology. After all, machines don't dream, create, or make ethical judgments. It's people who bring these qualities to the table. The philosophy of manufacturing places humans at the center of this transformation, ensuring that technology serves to augment and not replace human capabilities. Now, a call to action for ASEAN's collective journey toward manufacturing. A successful ASEAN Industry 4.0 ecosystem requires embracing a collaborative culture and a manufacturing mindset, not just at every country, but at the regional level. The Philippines' journey toward industrial transformation has been guided by a vision of innovation, inclusivity, and resilience, which we believe are also at the heart of the digital transformation plans of our peers in ASEAN. Guided by the consolidated strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution for ASEAN, adopted in 2021, all ASEAN member states must continue working together to fully implement the strategy's strategic priorities, especially those that are immediate in terms of need in the context of post-pandemic growth and expansion. Moving forward, we need to advance our regional efforts in 6 areas. First, formulating and adopting harmonized governance frameworks for technology adoption. Second, rolling out ASEAN's digital-based trade facilitation initiatives. Third, stimulating technology adoption for smart agriculture and smart manufacturing through responsive programs and incentives. Fourth, enhancing access of MSMEs to digital technologies. Fifth, fostering cultural development, especially in digital content, sports, culture, and the arts. And finally, sixth, accelerating innovation that contributes to inclusion and environmental sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in the age of Industry 4.0, adopting a manufacturing mindset is not an option. It is a societal imperative. I call upon the entire ASEAN community to unite under this vision. Let's shape the future where human ingenuity and technology intersect, where innovation knows no bounds, and where our collective efforts propel our region and the entire world into an era of unprecedented growth and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to His Excellency Alfredo Pascua. Thank you for your presence. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has made great strides in shaping the interoperability of standards in areas such as digitalization and sustainable finance. How can ASEAN further harmonize its regulatory regimes to unlock the gains of increased regional cooperation and provide international businesses with the transparency and clarity needed to invest in the region confidently? For the next special address, please allow me to welcome the former Minister of Finance of Malaysia, His Excellency Tengku Zafrul Aziz. The stage is yours.
Thank you. His Excellency, my friend Alfredo Pascual, the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Philippines, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you also, MC, for introducing me as a previous portfolio. Now I'm the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. Anyway, I've got a short, given 10 minutes time to deliver the speech. I'll try and keep it to that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of the ASEAN Economic Community, or the AEC, in 2005 was actually a major milestone in ASEAN's economic integration agenda, offering opportunities via a huge market. Combined population stands at 622 million people. Some say more, but this is ASEAN, not Southeast Asia. I think Southeast Asia is around 680 million people. And the foundation for regulatory harmonization actually lies in the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025, which was published in 2015. Since that pivotal moment, ASEAN has embarked on a journey characterized by innovation, adaptability, and resilience. Our primary objective has been to instill predictability, minimize uncertainties, and foster a spirit of innovation. This is important for the AEC to achieve a single market and production base, allowing a seamless flow of goods, services, investments, as well as skilled labor, and even capital across our member nations. So the rationale behind this harmonization is straightforward, but yet profound. We aspire to eradicate technical impediments to trade, ensuring adherence to standardized regulations and assessment procedures. So when given this topic, given the vastness of this topic today, I would like to focus on establishing a regulatory framework to increase trust on intra-ASEAN data sharing between stakeholders. This trust forms the foundation upon which we can amplify cross-border data flows to further promote e-commerce, trade, as well as investment across the region. However, our path is not without its challenges. So let us first frame the problem. And according to research by ISA's Yusof Ishak Institute, firstly, regulatory frameworks to enable data flows are unevenly developed across different enablers and countries. This, of course, gets more complicated due to the different level of enforcement of regulations. Secondly, the area where all ASEAN countries are doing relatively well in e-commerce and e-transaction related regulations. However, e-commerce firms and consumers in ASEAN countries have not yet reaped the full benefits of data flows due to limited reuse of public intent data and private intent data domestically. So the solution, I suggest, lies in a unified regulatory approach on cross-border data flows underpinned by the guidelines set forth in the ASEAN Economic Blueprint. Commendably, the region has made significant strides in harmonizing its regulatory regimes while strengthening the adoption of the Good Regulatory Practices, or the GRP. On this, ASEAN is building upon key initiatives such as the ASEAN OECD GRPN meeting, the ASEAN GRP principles, the ASEAN Trade Repository, the ASEAN GRP handbook, and user handbook methodology for the review of draft non-tariff measures, to name a few. Nonetheless, challenges remain. These include disparities in the legal framework, institutions, and fundamental regulatory principles, as well as social, cultural, and developmental differences. So lack of capacity as well can also pose significant challenges to harmonization efforts. So in view of the different levels of GRP, in terms of the GRP development, GRP maturity among the member states, we must also institute measures to minimize unintended consequences on the environment or the widening of disparities within the groups of people likely to be impacted by a regulatory initiative, particularly women and indigenous peoples. So how can ASEAN further harmonize its regulatory regimes to enhance intra-ASEAN data flows to increase, for example, the digital economy value within the region, within ASEAN, is expected to reach $1 to $2 trillion by 2030. This is up from where it is currently around $300 billion. Or to further increase FDI flows into ASEAN, which last year hit a record high of $224 billion, up 5%, even as the global FDI actually was reduced around 12%. So the rapid growth of e-commerce and availability of digital platforms and opportunity for the SMEs in ASEAN to increase their participation in domestic and international markets. In terms of private intent data, about 50 million SMEs use Facebook to find customers. 70% of their fans are domestic and 30% are from outside the country. So enhancing data flows will reduce transaction costs, promote sharing of ideas, and enable users to make use of new findings and technologies. So one way to work towards a comprehensive regulatory framework is to increase trust on intra-ASEAN data sharing between stakeholders, comprising the reuse of both public and private intent data. While enabling the reuse of public intent data may be a more complex process, what we can consider today is to further enable the reuse of private intent data via regulation across ASEAN. So before we go into that, I would like to share two key examples on the use of, private intent data. So one, drawing upon my experience as a group CEO of CIMB before, we successfully enable cross-border linkage or linking of accounts between CIMB Malaysia and CIMB Singapore. So this has actually facilitated services such as providing competitive Malaysia Sing dollar exchange rate for immediate online fund transfer. So this is a direct example of how regulatory harmonization between two countries has built trust on sharing private intent data for cross-border banking transactions. And the second example is the easing of payment system for transactions. On this front, we must commend the banking regulators and central banks that have cooperated well in harmonizing the regulation in this space. Today, payment transactions between ASEAN countries are much easier, and now even cross-border QR code is accepted. So these examples are significant in that they were facilitated in a highly regulated industry, which is of course banking. Imagine how much more we can achieve region-wide if we were to better harmonize regulatory practices on data sharing across the board. So ladies and gentlemen, regionally, multilateral arrangements to facilitate cross-border data flows include the RCEP provision on e-commerce and the ASEAN e-commerce agreement. The e-commerce chapter under RCEP aims to create a conducive e-commerce environment through protection of online consumers and online personal data, as well as facilitating cross-border data flows. So improved coherence in data-related policies will create more trust and boost e-commerce within the region, as well as between ASEAN and other international markets. The ASEAN GRP Handbook, this was launched last year, is the common reference to ensure greater applicability of ASEAN GRP core principles to assist ASEAN member states in improving their regulatory practice and foster ASEAN-wide regulatory cooperations. So in ensuring next level of GRP implementation in Malaysia, We launched the National Policy on Good Regulatory Practice in 2021, with improvements after GRP was first introduced in 2013. And the gatekeeper for this policy is the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, an agency under my ministry. And through MPC, they are responsible in ensuring Malaysia's commitment to a comprehensive nationwide GRP implementation that also incorporate ASEAN's GRP principles. As of now, Malaysia's regulatory efforts on improving public and private intent data include mandated IP right holders to provide voluntary licensing access to critical data or applications, establish the legal recognition of e-signatures, establish government-recognized digital ID systems that enable people to remotely authenticate themselves to access online services, establish standards for open application programming interface, this is the APIs, for G2G, government to business, G2B, and G2C, government to consumer. And finally, standardized communication protocols for accessing metadata. In building on the foundation of ASEAN, ASEAN has developed thus far, ASEAN can actually strengthen the implementation of GRP, the next level GRP. ASEAN countries are still in the early stages of developing their regulatory frameworks for sharing public and private intent data. So to that end, firstly, policymakers and regulators should incorporate international best practices into their domestic legislative procedures. For private intent data, this includes introducing legislation or policy that encourages open data licenses between private firms, promoting right to data portability for individuals, and access to a machine-readable format of data portability from, say, one vendor to another. Secondly, ASEAN countries should seriously consider establishing mutual recognition arrangements or harmonizing their data-related regulations both within and outside the region. This can also be taken up through the upcoming negotiations on the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement, or DEFA. ASEAN leaders have envisioned DEFA as a modern, comprehensive, and coherent digital transformation strategy towards an ASEAN digital economy, where on the ASEAN digital economy, we expect a seamless and secure flow of goods, services, and even data is underpinned by enabling rules, regulation, infrastructure, and talent. Third, build capacity on GRP. So acknowledging capacity issues in some member states, tailored capacity building programs and specialized training should be implemented to help bridge regulatory capacity gaps effectively. Fourth, encourage regulatory cooperation in selected sectors. So implementing a targeted approach to regulatory cooperation in the 2 to 3 strategically chosen sectors can actually help us gain traction in this space. Fifth, enhance public-private collaboration. So the private sector, as on-ground market players, are the ones who will benefit from the boon or suffer from the bane of regulations. So public-private collaboration and consultation is therefore critical to ensure that harmonized regulations are practical, effective, and culturally sensitive to foster region-wide, broad-based acceptance. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, investors and businesses appreciate regulatory clarity and transparency. So, investment-wise, ASEAN is currently in a sweet spot where manufacturing and supply chains are likely to migrate to many Southeast Asian countries. So this is driven in part by a confluence of factors, the favorable trade agreements such as RCEP, external geopolitical factors, and the capacity readiness in these countries. Additionally, operational and labor costs in Southeast Asia are becoming relatively cheaper. Further, as e-commerce activity in the region skyrockets, foreign companies will likely boost their manufacturing base in the region, not just to cater to global demand, but also to fulfill the region's appetite for goods and services. To quickly capitalize on all those factors, ASEAN must embrace the next level GRP initiatives while helping member states on regulatory capacity building. Flexibility in implementation should consider varying levels of development among member states to accommodate disparities and also to ensure inclusivity. This approach will not only enhance the region's attractiveness to international businesses, but also contribute to sustainable economic growth and strengthened regional cooperation. Thank you.
communities, social infrastructure. Answers to global development. While we live in a world that is economically interconnected, too many fragile states face economic exclusion and poor development outcomes. For over half a century, ASEAN has promoted stability, unity and peace in our region. ASEAN has shown the world the power of dialogue and what can be achieved when nations come together with a common purpose. And it has shown us the benefits of more inclusive economic growth, where prosperity is widely shared. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, I now urge ASEAN to do more. I ask ASEAN, to look beyond our region and become part of a global network to support fragile states, where democracy and human rights should be the basis of building peaceful states. We all follow the news in Africa, and we have to be sad. In a volatile global economy, ASEAN can make an important contribution to building international resilience and stability through tolerance, human dignity. Working together, we can establish a better international order based on a vision of human solidarity and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Kairala Sanana Gusma, for a very great special address. We are truly honored to have the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste today, His Excellency Kairala Sanana Gusma. Thank you so much for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, just now the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste has addressed about the resilience and stability in fractious global economy. Now, we are going to move to the next session, which is the plenary session. We are going to talk about the envisioning ASEAN's economic future, trends, transformation, and triumphs. But before that, we want to extend our gratitude for our state leaders who have joined us today in ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023 Day 2. It's a truly honor for us to have all the state leaders coming to this event today. Our next plenary session will begin shortly. We are going to focus to talk about the envisioning ASEAN's economic future, trends, transformation, and triumph in the next plenary session. As the ASEAN region continues to solidify its position as a global economic powerhouse, the world eagerly awaits the unfolding of its future economic trends. The region's economy is underpinned by collaboration and openness to international trade, from its resilient digital infrastructure to its flourishing startup ecosystem. This session delves into the dynamic landscape of this vibrant bloc, exploring the potential growth drivers, emerging industries, and innovative technologies that set to shape its future economy. So, let's transition and continue to explore these ideas in our next session. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome to the stage the Chief Executive of Asia House, a leading London-based think tank, Mr. Michael Lawrence, OBE. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit for inviting me to participate in what has been an absolutely splendid event. This session is to examine ASEAN's economic future, trends, transformations, and triumphs. And we're going to be joined by 5 truly impressive speakers who, between them, have vast experience and knowledge across multiple sectors, including, but not limited to, digital economy and technology, consumer markets, food sustainability, the energy transition and electric vehicles, banking, trade, and policy. And they've kindly agreed to share with us their insights today. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Axton Salim, Director of Indofood. Jungjong Jang, who's Vice President of Huawei Asia Pacific for Public Affairs and Communication. Lei Tui, Global CEO of VinFast and Vice Chair of the Vin Group. Michaela Browning, Vice President of Government and Public Policy for Asia Pacific at Google. And Anindya Bakri, who's CEO of Bakri Group. Welcome to you all, and thanks so much for being here. The purpose of this session is to explore ASEAN's economic future, and that future is one of enormous promise, propelled by technology, by innovation, and by trade. ASEAN is already a dynamic region. It's on track to become the 4th largest economy in the world by 2030, with a combined GDP of about $3.7 trillion and a population of 670 million. Further, the region is at the cutting edge of innovation in the digital economy, with a vibrant startup scene. The demographics are terrific. About 60% of ASEAN's population are currently under the age of 35. Half the population will be middle class by 2030. But we are operating in an ever more complex geopolitical environment, particularly with the continued and escalating tensions between China and the US, and China and the West generally. I was fascinated by the opening plenary session yesterday and the discussion about whether ASEAN should or even can play a bigger role in global affairs, particularly when there are differences among member states on some of the major issues, China versus US, Russia, Myanmar. But there's no dispute in any of the sessions yesterday about the dynamism of ASEAN's economy and its phenomenal growth potential. And that economic growth will be powered by businesses. So let's examine ASEAN's economic future, trends, transformations, and triumphs. Anindya, I'd like to start with you, if I may. Despite this challenging environment in which we work, not just geopolitically, but the global economy, stuttering growth in China, Europe, UK on the brink of recessions, according to some numbers, the US bouncing along the bottom a little. What industries and sectors will drive growth in ASEAN?
First of all, Michael, thank you. You're so far away but near. And thank you for the opportunity to be here indeed. First, I would like to underline that ASEAN peace and stability is really the foundation of what we're going to be talking about. And this is not to be underestimated. We have close to 650 million people in the region. It's certainly a plus, but it's also challenges if we cannot grow with inclusivity. because they are young and they will voice their opinion. And we have seen what happens in other parts of the world that don't have the stability because of the growth that is only centralized to some groups, right? Now, there are many main drivers in ASEAN, but if we will, we just club it into something simple like the demand side and the supply side. The demand side, at least we can see the growing consumer demand. It is clear they are much more consumptive, but at the same time they want to be productive and also efficient. So a lot of business models certainly tech on the basis of this. But on the demand side, I think ASEAN, as later on we will hear from other speakers, can be a serious production hub, but not just low value-added manufacturing, but it can already go up the value chain. 10 years ago, at least Indonesia will not be able to talk about trying to make battery materials for EV, for the world, whether it is for the East or the West. This is a conversation that is probably not even there, right? But now we can, and I'm sure, other countries like Vietnam is already dreaming even bigger in the EV, for example, and so on and so forth. But the thing is, all of this is nice and good, but you still need capital. You still need technology. You still need policy. This is where I think we need to work together as ASEAN. Competition is good, but collaboration is much more important. And also how we should probably balance nicely between what's happening in the supply chain disruption because of COVID, because of the war. So I think this is seriously an opportunity not to miss. As a group of 81-year-old conglomerate, 80% of our revenues currently coming from traditional energy. So fossil and hydrocarbon. They are finite and they are not clean. So as Indonesia is going to 2060 net zero, we want to pivot so that hopefully by 2042, it is not 80-20, but the other way around with clean energy. So where do we start? We start at the demand side by providing public transportation electrification, in this case, buses. So thank you for the opportunity, but all the buses that you see outside, those are our buses, and I'm glad it is here. Why buses? Just quickly, I don't want to take too much time. Even the first batch of the buses, 52 buses, they have already transported 15 million people, going around 3 million kilometers and save so much CO2 that's equivalent of 250,000 trees being planted. Having said that, we also see an opportunity on the supply side as we are also miners, but this time we want to focus on minerals such as nickel, bauxite, cobalt, copper, and so on. So for the rest of the next 20, 30 years is how to connect the dots. And we really cannot do it without the help of people like, in this case, Huawei, FinFast, Google, because technology, is something we need, and capital is tremendous. Thank you.
Tui, if I may come to you, and I do want to talk to you about electric cars a little later, especially after your listing on NASDAQ, which was quite a phenomenal story and a wild ride, I'm sure, and truly impressive, the valuation that international investors are putting on a business that's merely 6 years old. But a broader question first. What sectors should businesses be looking at? What sectors are likely to drive growth in ASEAN?
Thank you very much. And I'm the CEO of VinFast. VinFast is a part of Vingroup, the largest private conglomerate in Vietnam. I think you probably saw after listing how our share price went, and I think that a lot of people were surprised. We were not surprised because we believe in the potential of a company, a technology company from this part of the world. And personally, I myself and our company take a lot of motivation and support from this part of the world because we know that ASEAN with 650 million people, is like our home. So people ask us about why US, why you're not going to ASEAN, and my response has always been ASEAN is our home. So we are expanding our home, but we want to prove to the world that we can make it in the US if people, consumer in the US, like our product and value our products, which means that we make a brand globally. But ASEAN to us is always home. I think for us, ASEAN is like we talked about before. It's like unity, like a family with differences. Brother, sister, they fight with each other. They have differences, but we love each other, and we talk with each other. We figure out how to make it work. So for us, it's really the differences, the different support that we can get here from the region, and this is really our home, and that's the aspiration.
I think it's a fantastic example for other ASEAN companies, the way that you've taken on NASDAQ, you've jumped through those hoops, and they're considerable, attempt to crack the US market and generated such enormous interest. But Michaela, if I may turn to you, one of the themes of yesterday and many discussions on ASEAN is the importance of e-commerce and digital to the transformation. Google puts out a report regularly which tracks it, and some of the numbers that you're talking about in terms of e-commerce and digital growth in ASEAN are truly breathtaking. That must be the center of the growth strategy or the growth driver for ASEAN.
Well, thank you. Michaela Browning from Google. And yes, we're incredibly excited about ASEAN and the potential. We release a Southeast Asia economy report with Temasek and Bain every year. And every year when we re-review it, the region has accelerated in terms of its digital transformation faster than we expected, which is truly exciting. But we estimate that digital economy and digital trade will be worth $1 trillion by 2030, and we're well on track in this part of the world to realise that probably ahead of time. And really, despite some of the challenges that we've talked about in terms of geopolitical, sustainability, inclusion, there are so many good reasons to be optimistic about what we can do in this part of the world in terms of the digital transformation journey and the dynamism and the creativity in this part of the world contributing to that. But it does require the digital economic frameworks in order to enable us to realise that potential, and I'm sure that we'll come to that, the skilling, the infrastructure investment, and the products such as the ones that Google provides that can give us trust and confidence in the digital economy.
Now, we'll definitely get onto the policy piece because it is important, but Jun, I might turn to you. Infrastructure is important, and you've written a lot about 5G and the infrastructure required to underpin this growth. What's the outlook for ASEAN in terms of getting that infrastructure in place?
Actually, you all talk about some new industry and a lot of new technology, and among that, infrastructure is the fundamental things. Actually, we see that in ASEAN, different countries now are at a different stage. We have some countries are quite well developed, and some countries are quite behind. Averagely speaking, now digital economy is the major engine for the economy growth. And actually, we see, let's look at the US. The digital economy now occupies almost 60% of GDP. And in China, it's about 40%. However, in ASEAN, mostly less than 20%. So you see, we have huge potential. And as you also, as my speaker also mentioned, we have a lot of youth here. We have 670 million people here, and 35 of them is between 15 to 29 years old. So very young. See, so this region now is at the best situation. So we see now China, US, they have some problems, and right. But here we don't pick side. So we focus on economy, and we also enjoy a lot from that. So back to infrastructure, we see now the infrastructure investment is soaring, whether from public sector or private sector. However, we also think that the gap, the divide between countries is still big. And even in one single country, the divide between city and the rural area is also big. So we hope that with the support from government, with the support from public sector, with private sector, we can do a lot more. Because only when the infrastructure is ready, and then we can provide the service to our people. When the youth can get access to internet, they can learn more. Actually, now the technologies evolve so fast. Yeah, 10 years ago, you only talked about 4G or some phone call, but now we talk about AI, big data, whatever, a lot. So technology evolves so fast. We need to provide the coverage first, and then we need to provide the proper trainings to them. So in terms of that, a company like Huawei or even like Google, we're not only a provider of service or equipment, we're also an enabler. So we provide the platforms and provide all the courses to use. So in Huawei, we have different programs. Like we have ICT Academy with hundreds of universities in ASEAN. And also we have ICT competition to encourage the young people to study ICT. So here, it's really a prosperous region, and it's also a prosperous industry. We hope with all these efforts, we can develop more infrastructure, we can develop more potential of use, and we can have more SMEs here. So actually, in ASEAN, we see a lot of SMEs. And one more thing, Indonesia takes almost half of that. So we are here to invest not only in infrastructure, but also to invest in people, especially young people.
Okay. Axton, how do you see technology shaping or reshaping business in ASEAN?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak here. I think besides being a director of Indofood, I'm also a director of Bank Ina. And how we see, there's a big opportunity in Indonesia. Indonesia, only 52% of the population have access to the financial inclusion accounts, which is, I mean, if you compare it to the global side, it's about 74%. And also for the micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, as they're continuing to grow, I think Indonesia have about 64.6 million small businesses and about 110 million entrepreneurs and workers. I think that's a very big number, and 37% of the GDP is coming from this sector itself. But on that note, loans to this section is only about 19%. 19% of the total loans, which is only about 7.1% of the GDP. So we see that as a big opportunity because Indonesia, I think from the Google report, we have about 203 million internet users, 196 million people actually have access to the internet using their mobile phones, and about 94% has access to broadband. So I think from that side, we are seeing how banks, through digital, can help the unbanked market. So for Bank Ina, what we are doing is we're trying to connect the traditional with the digital side. With tech, now it can be hassle-free to sign up, and with the opening process, much easier. And with that, they can deposit physically in the thousands of agent banking or the mini markets, the supermarkets. They can do that physically as well. And on that front, I think for loans, they can do it online as well and get competitive rates. And of course, most of the time, you can get the approvals on the day of. And of course, we can do trainings in terms of supply chain management, point of sales, accounting solutions. These are the things that we can do using digital and helping the unbanked. And without technology, I don't think we'll be able to reach as many people prior to this.
No,
So
clearly it's the game changer here. And then do you want to go back to EVs, because there's multiple supply chain issues and battery production and the like. Is this really where, can ASEAN become a hub for EVs, not only in the sort of car production, but in the whole supply chain piece?
I think so, Mike, and I guess Madam Tui can expand more on this. But for example, if we take an instance, we are in the foray of this energy transition in the group, and we start with electrification. I just would like to highlight that there are a lot of digital technologies needed in this energy transition. So again, just one example of the bus, they have 3,000 chips in it, right? We worked so hard in the past, the last 40 years, in the world to create cheaper and better chips. They're already there. So the technology for connecting the chips to do better and more efficient operations for fleet management, for example, is very important. The second thing also, in terms of generating energy, in the past, in the 19th, 20th century, it's all about centralization between energy production and energy usage. Nowadays, with technology, for example, smart grid, you can have one side of the world or island to focus on, for example, wind energy, and the whole thing combined with the base load can be used, for all over Indonesia or even ASEAN. And of course, there are many other technologies that come. So I guess what I'm saying here, I think coming back to your question, yes, as long as we learn between countries to try to collaborate, we can do it. It is easy for Indonesia to say, okay, I'm going to be as efficient as Vietnam, I'm going to be as efficient as Thailand, and we're going to make our own production hub here. But there are some work ethics, there are some ecosystems that have been built before. But also from on the other side, having battery materials over here, processing it, and as one of the most important feature in EV, we can do it here. So we can do as a production hub, and the beauty, I think I heard Prime Minister also mention, ASEAN, in Bahasa, it says bebas and aktif, which means free and active in terms of the constitutional, political, whatever, foreign policy. That can be also adapted economically so that all this, whatever you call it, hoo-ha about the East and the West, we can actually not only, benefit, but also help. Because there is no way we're not going to be able to use certain technology from the East, no matter what is closer. But there is no way we're not going to be able to, send our battery materials to the West, because otherwise you're going to have a lot of cases in WTO and IMF, one after the other. So I think, yes, it is not only possible, Mike, but I think it is the right thing to do, as an example. Yeah.
Tui, I have to bring that question to you. Is your ambition is to crack the US market, and the US market you've launched in NASDAQ, very competitive market. The ecosystem for EVs, is this an opportunity for ASEAN?
Absolutely. And I'm saying it from having developed the vehicles and manufactured the vehicles here in ASEAN, in Vietnam. At the beginning, when we started on this quest 6 years ago, everybody told us that it's not possible. Automotive is very complicated, very sophisticated. We'll never be able to make it, but we did, we make it. And from the supply chain, I see everything here in the region, right? All the parts, the components. Now we have ecosystem in Vietnam, but also from Thailand, from Indonesia, Malaysia. We can get most of the parts here, all the parts here. And with Indonesia, with all the metals that you have, nickel and all, we should be able to build battery industry here in Indonesia. And we have 7 models of EVs out there, 4 of them already on the street in Vietnam. And we have passed all the homologation standards, all the highest standards in developing the vehicles in the world. So absolutely, we can make EVs big here, and we can export from here to the rest of the world. For sure.
Tremendous opportunity. Michaela, though, another technology we must touch on is AI, which since the launch of ChatGPT has dominated the news agenda, boardroom agendas. Generative AI has there's huge promise, huge peril as well. What's Google doing in the AI space, and how can that play out? How can that support growth in ASEAN?
Well, thank you. It's a huge question, and thank you for raising it. From Google's perspective, we are very excited as an AI-first company to look at the development of artificial intelligence both boldly and responsibly together with others. And the opportunity in this part of the world is huge to address productivity, also to improve our cybersecurity, to advance whole new areas of science and technological innovation. And the important thing to realise is that AI has been with us, as we were talking about earlier, for a long time. In fact, all of you are benefiting from artificial intelligence in your mobile phones already, in terms of unleashing all sorts of capability, including to deliver trust and safety, payment systems and other things. But the new acceleration in artificial intelligence is opening up a whole lot of opportunities. And I think when we see our new Southeast Asia economy report, we'll be talking about the potential, particularly in this region. So I don't want to give the game away ahead of the release of that report.
Bit of a hint, come on, just a little bit of a hint.
I mean, just massive potential in terms of this part of the world, but does depend on a couple of things, as I mentioned earlier. It depends on the regulations and the policy frameworks to enable that, both domestically and across the region. And it also depends on both the infrastructure and the skilling. So Google has been working with our partners to train more than 60 million people across the region in the last few years. And there's both the digital literacy at the grassroots level, and then there's the specialised training that we're going to need and skills to realise the AI opportunity. And in this regard, just one example, we've got Bangkit in Indonesia, which is a really deeply meaningful contribution to skills and training. It's 900 hours of training that we do with many of our partners in Indonesia, the Indonesian government, Gojek, Tokopedia, Traveloka, Bukalapak, and we have 70 local employers also working with us, so that when senior university students get the sorts of digital skills that they need, they also have potential employers to leverage that. So skilling is something we talk about, but for artificial intelligence and digital transformation to be really meaningful, we need to make a really meaningful contribution to skills. And we also need the rules and regulations that allow us to transfer data, to protect our privacy and cybersecurity. So it's really exciting that the region is launching this new digital economic framework negotiation.
Which came out yesterday and is ahead of schedule, because originally the discussion was supposed to start in 2025.
Exactly.
So very positive that it's been brought forward. John, can I turn to you on the cybersecurity piece? Because that's increasingly an issue. It's a boardroom level issue everywhere. With the advent of AI, it's likely to be even more prominent as an issue for businesses and governments. You know, what can be done in ASEAN to ensure cybersecurity as best as one can?
Talking about the cybersecurity, actually, it's a technical challenge. But however, now we see that it's somehow become a political issue. So from Huawei, actually, we hope that we can focus on the technical challenges. So actually, we have set some cybersecurity transparency center within China or in other regions. So we also invited our customer and a third party to check our either equipment or code, and it's proved that it's not like what somebody claimed. So back to cybersecurity itself, I think it's a collaboration between government and also with the public sector and the private sectors. So one thing is very important, to set the rules. So we hope whether in ASEAN or some single country, we would like to cooperate with the regulators or government to design the laws or regulations. Actually, we hope that it can follow the international standard. Actually, there are standards. So you don't need to invent some system by yourself. So whatever we want to do, we hope it's transparent. And actually, this is not a challenge to a single company. It's not a challenge to a single country. It's all over the world. Heck, it's everywhere. We always know that there are a lot of frauds or there are a lot of attacks. So this is a common challenge. We should face it with technical solutions, but do not take it politically. So, yeah, thank you.
Before we wrap up, I do want to touch on policy again, and it's clear that policy changes and shifts are required to underpin the growth that we're talking about here. And I noted a couple of things yesterday in the discussion. Nazir Razak expressed great disappointment at the ASEAN Economic Community launch in 2016. It didn't deliver on the promise when it was first launched. The CEO of Temasek talked about
with trust, ways to enable trade, to realise the opportunity. Small businesses are the ones that are going to drive the transformation and the jobs in this part of the world. And for small businesses to navigate so many regulations and compliance is a huge cost burden. I mean, it's challenging enough for Google. So I'm hopeful that when governments come together and they think about the sorts of agreements that they can reach together, that we can think about simplification and enablement in that digital economic framework agreement that will help us realise the extraordinary potential in this part of the world.
Thank you very much. Look, I'm afraid we are out of time. We could have carried on this conversation for hours. Just remains for me to thank our speakers, Anindra, Jun, Tui, Axton and Michaela. Please join me in thanking our panellists. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and also our honorable panelists. And thank you so much to Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, His Excellency Raikal Sanana Gusmao. Thank you for your presence on this event. Once again, thank you so much for the presence of Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, Sanana Gusmao. All right, as for the moderator and our panelists, let's have a photo session. Let's have a photo session.
Jalan. Ditebut. Gerak. Berhenti. Gerak. Hadap kanan, hadap kiri. Gerak. Lancung. Kanan. Gerak. Senjata. Gerak. Gerak.
station in ASEAN today. You have the sectoral partners, you have the different organizations, including the United Nations, which has a very good relationship with ASEAN. So it's amazing how you can see that evolution of ASEAN from being, I think, an economic, doing the economic path to progress for everybody, which after all was part of the Bangkok Declaration, as well as its global role in terms of its relationship with the rest of the world. I think that in terms of our talking about centrality, I remember in 1995 when we started talking about ASEAN Regional Forum, which was something on defense cooperation and security and some parts of human security. That's when we said, hey, they're coming to us, let's stay in the driver's seat. Remember those days, Dino? Yeah. We used the word driver's seat. Then we became more sophisticated. And in 2005, at the AMM, we said, why can't we be the convening power for all our dialogue partners? And I think this was, again, key to the global standing of ASEAN. And lately, of course, in 2006, we officially called it ASEAN Centrality. Well, ASEAN Centrality is defined by different people in different ways. But the origins of it is that ASEAN has become a convening power that attracted not just its immediate neighbors, the 11 dialogue partners, but the rest of the world in terms of, well, the United Nations and the rest of the different organizations, the GCC, for example, the Shanghai Cooperation, for example. They're all partners, one way or the other, of ASEAN. And I'm happy that I've lived through 56 years of ASEAN to see how much ASEAN has really evolved into being a major player, not just in the region, but I think, and many will agree, globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Albert. I wonder, one of the challenges to ASEAN centrality at the moment is the conflict in Myanmar, because not all dialogue partners want to come to ASEAN events if Myanmar is at the table. And ASEAN has developed a unique way of handling this challenge. The leader of the junta in Myanmar, Min Aung Hlaing, will not be at the summit this week. At least those are the current indications. At the same time, the National Unity Government of Myanmar, the democratic opposition, although they don't like to be called the opposition, they won't be at the summit either. Professor Amitav, I wonder, do you think that this way of handling this challenge to ASEAN centrality is sustainable? Will dialogue partners continue to come and see ASEAN as the convening power, as Secretary Albert says, if this continues to be the settlement?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. First of all, I would like to make a couple of points about ASEAN centrality. 20 years ago, the term did not exist. If you go back and look at the literature, I have got a new book in Bahasa Indonesia on ASEAN's history that Pak Dino has published from FECI, so you can buy it from Gramedia. But the term did not exist. So it is only in the last, since the ASEAN Regional Forum maybe, that it came about. And now it's become kind of a mantra. Everybody talks about it as if it has been there from the beginning. Now, what does it mean? It doesn't mean ASEAN has physical power. ASEAN, if you put together all the 10 or 11 ASEAN countries together, they won't stand up to China or military economics. So it simply means ASEAN has credibility, convening power. If ASEAN calls a meeting, people will come, leaders will come. If India and China does that, they may come, but not necessarily. So ASEAN has credibility, convening power, and that is basically ASEAN centrality. But I also like to point out that sometimes it has become something like a fig leaf, like some kind of everybody likes to talk about it, but they do things differently. They are kind of pay lip service. ASEAN centrality is good in the speech, but in action. So China can talk about ASEAN centrality, but then publish a map with territories of 5 ASEAN countries are seen as part of Chinese territory. The United States, I lived in Washington for the last 15 years. I direct the ASEAN Studies Initiative in my university. The Americans, of course, take ASEAN seriously, but mainly in the context of US-China relations. What they can get out of ASEAN in their competition with China. Not for ASEAN's own sake. We talk about it a lot in Washington. So everybody wants to get something out of ASEAN and or ASEAN countries, but I don't think they really pay respect to ASEAN centrality the way the term implies. That brings me to Myanmar, and Myanmar in one way, it is deja vu. We had, an ASEAN had a Myanmar problem since the 1980s and 90s, and then democratic transition and back to square one. And I think part of the reason was because people became a bit complacent when Myanmar was going through the decade of democratic experiment. At the moment, there is no substitute for ASEAN diplomacy. The international community, I wrote a book on Myanmar, just published, The Penguin. When it comes to Myanmar, there is no international community. The international community is concerned with Ukraine, with Taiwan. Only ASEAN is concerned about Myanmar, and only ASEAN. And that's a bit of a deja vu in a positive and negative sense, because it was ASEAN that managed and resolved the Cambodia conflict. The Thais did their part, the Indonesians did their part back in the 1980s. And similarly, whatever ASEAN is doing, we can find a lot of faults, a lot of some divisions between, say, Thailand and Indonesia, for example. But ultimately, it is ASEAN is going to find a way. It might take a decade, and I think it will take some time. It's like exactly to me goes back to the 1980s and 90s. But I think we should. The international community doesn't want to do anything. I mean, look, India and China are supporting the regime in Myanmar, the United States is too busy with Taiwan and Ukraine. European Union, almost existential. So who is going to look after the Myanmar problem? So there are a lot of specific things we can talk about, what ASEAN can do, but I think maybe I will pass to Pak Dena to talk about, make an evaluation of ASEAN's performance.
Unfortunately, I've just been told that our time is up. We're ending the session a little bit early. So on that very provocative note, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, but please thank our panelists for their contributions, and thank ABAC for inviting the panel to join us today.
Thank you, moderator, and also the panelists. Now we're going to have a photo session. Yes, we are going to have a photo session before we continue to our next agenda. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause once again to the moderator and panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again to our moderator, Mr. Aaron Connolly, and also to our incredible panelists. We have Professor Amitav Acharya, Mr. Dido Patijalal, and also His Excellency Dela Domingo Albert. Thank you for your perspective. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey through the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023, we now move into the next plenary session, a session that resonates with the spirit of collaboration and progress. The upcoming session is Accelerating Public-Private Cooperation to Achieve a Sustainable and Resilient ASEAN, which will take place as a fireside chat. In an era where public-private cooperation is instrumental for governments and businesses to drive transformation and advance innovation in global sustainability efforts, key leaders will share their thoughts on streamlining government and business efforts to achieve a more resilient economy. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, founder of Ancora Group, former Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Gita Wirjawan. The floor is yours.
Hello. Very good morning to all of us at this very special event, the ASEAN Business Investment Summit of 2023. I'm delighted and honored to be sitting next to Professor Klaus Schwab, who is the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. Professor, you insisted that I call you by the first name.
Yeah, you are Gita, and I'm pleased to be Klaus.
Thank you so much. I want to begin the discussion with a pretty general question. You've been making remarks about what it takes to be in a position of leadership. You've mentioned aptly some of the attributes that are needed for somebody to be in a position of leadership. But I want to make this a little bit more colorful by way of putting this in the context of how the world has shifted in terms of the global order from a rather unipolar to a much more multipolar. You've talked about the heart, the muscles, the brain, the soul, and the good nerves. Please, Professor.
No, thank you, Gita, and it's a particular pleasure for me to be together with you. I mean, I knew you in your former capacity very well, and now you have become an intellectual, so it's a delight to be together. And I want to express also my appreciation for Arshad, the Kadin chairman. We have such a good cooperation with Indonesia, so I'm delighted to be here. But to respond to your question, when we look at the world, and when we met in Davos early this year, people spoke about a multi-crisis, but actually we are in a multi-transformation. And we can go into the specific details. It's a economic transformation, it's a political, geopolitical transformation. And of course, it's also a technological, and it's even a societal transformation. Now, coming back to your first, to your introductory question, and I think we all are interested to know, what type of leadership do we need in this new world, which is full of complexities, full of uncertainties, full of unknowns? So, you refer to it. I have met so many people around the world, so many leaders. And of course, in my own teaching career, I had to read tons of books about leadership. But actually, it comes down to 5 elements: soul, brain, heart, muscles, and nerves. So what does it mean? See, the soul stands for really having a mission in life, having a vision about the future, because the old-fashioned strategic planning, to a certain extent, is out. You cannot predict exactly anymore the future. But you have to have a vision, because people will believe in you only if you are driven by values or by a vision. Then, of course, you need the brains. You have to be a professional in your life. And you need the heart, passion and compassion. I think a leader is credible if he shows passion and compassion. And the muscles. You have to translate your vision into action. And finally, in the world of today, you need good nerves. So it would be very interesting to ask the question, who is actually today a leader in the world who who, let's say, corresponds to all the 5 criteria. But I leave it to you because to look at, let's say, the respective leaders.
Interesting, Professor. I want to share with you an observation about how Southeast Asia has fared in the last 30 years. If you were to compare with, Southeast Asia's performance with that of China in the last 30 years, from a GDP per capita standpoint, it's rather telling in the sense that the GDP per capita of Southeast Asia in the last 30 years has grown by about 2.7 times, whereas China's GDP per capita in the same period has grown by 10 times. It's largely attributable to 4 attributes. The first one being the underinvestment in infrastructure by Southeast Asia. The second, the underinvestment in education by Southeast Asia. The third would be governance related. And the fourth would be the lack of competitiveness in Southeast Asia. I want to seek your wisdom on what you think Southeast Asia can do in the next 30 years. And I say this with full optimism that we should be able to get way past 2.7 times in the next 30 years.
Let's also not forget that maybe the ASEAN countries are a late starter. So if you compare with China, and I followed China's opening up and reform policies in '79. It was a very integrated policy, and actually coming back to this notion of you need a vision, there was a very strong vision starting with Chairman Deng at that time for China. And I see now a similar vision about the future of ASEAN is developing. And even if you take, the high, compared to the global average, the relatively high global growth rate of, let's say, 5 to 6%, it means doubling GDP of the ASEAN region every 12 to 13 years. So this will be a remarkable progress. But also, something has changed, and if I look at this region, and I would give some imperatives, which, by the way, are very evident also in the whole communication about the meetings here this week. I think the future lies in being smart, which means digital, being green, and being connected. Let me elaborate shortly on those issues. The first one is smart or digital, and particularly using artificial intelligence. We have to be careful that we don't think in terms of different stages of industrial development, and now the ASEAN countries focus on manufacturing and saying, no, artificial intelligence and all those technologies of the fourth industrial revolution will be the next step. No, the success will be in the combination already now of the best production capabilities, which, by the way, include to a large extent today artificial intelligence. If we talk about a green economy, people feel green, that's an obligation in order only to keep our nature in a good shape and to fight climate change. No, it will be in the future a strong competitive factor, because green energy, with all the innovations which have already been made or which will be made, will be superior in terms of costs. So a country which moves very fast into green technologies acquires a competitive advantage. And connected, I feel the future in this disintegrating world will be based on global cooperation, but here regions will play the role of strong pillars of the system. And I'm a big believer in the, we spoke about it before coming in, I'm a big believer in mid-powers. It's not just China and the US. I think the new world is a very complex world. It's a multipolar world, dominated maybe by 2 or 3 giants, but the middle powers like Indonesia, like Saudi Arabia, like Brazil, will play a very crucial role in this new geopolitical, geo-economic context.
I want to pick up on this point because as the world is becoming much more multipolar, ironically, I've been saying a few times in the past that multilateralization is at risk to the point where we are sort of like pushed to bilateralize a little bit more than before. And that just intuitively requires countries around the world to focus more on becoming more competitive and more productive. Is that the right way to think about this going forward?
Yes, but let's look what happened. We had the golden age of globalization. It started probably around '89 with the fall, with the end of the Cold War, and it lasted until 4 or 5 years ago. And it was a combination of different factors. It was, on the one hand, the driving down of production costs through global supply chains. It was lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. And it was governments who eased the process by creating a plain level field. Now, and it was business, it was mainly a demand-driven global economy, and it was business which was in the driver's seat. The situation has changed. Today, governments are much more back in the driver's seat because governments have become more interventionist, and there are several reasons. The first reason is, of course, the COVID pandemic, which caused governments to intervene much more into the economy, to protect the economy. But then you should not forget we have the race for domination in the new technologies. And the fourth industrial revolution is different compared to the previous technological revolutions. Because in the first technological revolution, let's say a steam engine, you still could copy it, even you could copy a primitive computer. But today, to copy a complex algorithm or a big database has become very difficult. So I feel the economy is global. To come back to your question, global competition will be driven much more by who masters the fourth industrial revolution. Because being first mover or first adapter of those new technologies provides you with an enormous competitive advantage. And what we see also now in the competition between the US and China is not just about which is the dominating global economy or the largest global economy. It's who is really mastering the fourth industrial revolution, which provides enormous power, of course, not only in economic competitiveness, but also in using your power on a global basis. But it would be interesting. I mean, you are an expert in this area.
Well,
Kita, what is your opinion?
Well, I'm sitting here with a lot of optimism for Southeast Asia going forward. I mean, if you were to take a look at the baseline growth rate trajectory for Southeast Asia for the next 20 years, I think it's easy to assume that you should be able to get 2 to 5% range by way of conventional wisdom. But if you were to add on to that artificial intelligence, call it the fourth industrial revolution, and if you were to refer to pundits on this particular topic, some might have referred to a potential economic delta of about $30 to $50 trillion. Some would even go to the extent of $100 trillion. So if we were to just be able to capture a little bit of that, I think Southeast Asia is poised for a really, really great economic future, way beyond a 5% growth trajectory baseline.
I would agree with you. I'm a great optimist for this region, based on its entrepreneurial force. I have seen so many entrepreneurial people in this region, but based also on, let's say, its innovative capabilities, its young generation, not fearing technologies, new technologies. That's a big problem. Why do we have a polarization in societies in Europe and in the US? It comes, well, one of the factors is that older people do not necessarily understand anymore all the complexity in geopolitics, in geoeconomics, and particularly in technology. And then they have the feeling they lose control over their lives. Now, here in this region, you have so many people who want to embrace the new world because they see it as an opportunity to improve their lives and to make progress. So I'm a big believer that let's not fall into the trap of we have to first really master the third industrial revolution, which means manufacturing, and then to move into the fourth industrial revolution. Because artificial intelligence is a system technology, which means every aspect of industrial production and also distribution, consumption, will be penetrated by artificial intelligence. So to use, let's say, the manufacturing revolution and to combine it immediately with the new capabilities of artificial intelligence could be the strength of this region.
Look forward to that. I want to pick up on an earlier point you brought up in the context of US and China, right? Do you see US and China being in kind of an Ali Frazier kind of fight, or do you see this as a zero-sum game?
No, I think we move into a situation of a multipolar world, as we just said, with the two, let's say, being the big elephants in the room. We will not go back to a completely, even if we do have to make efforts, into an overall rules-based, cooperating global system. It will be a rivalry. And the rivalry is not only in terms of competitiveness, it's in terms of values, it's in terms of systems, but we are one humanity, and we are faced with survival challenges. As far as the climate change is concerned, but even in artificial intelligence, there are some people who say if we don't keep the ghost in the bottle, it may mean even a threat to our humanity. So we have common problems, and we could add migration, we could add many, many else. We could add the World Economic Forum is now at the moment very much engaged in finding common governance rules for artificial intelligence. So there are areas, and we are working here together with many governments, with the leading companies. There are areas where we absolutely have to work together. So we will not come back to an overall integrated system, but we have to find the touch points in this, let's say, multitude of relations where we really have to create a win-win situation because we depend so much each on another.
Interesting. Professor, in Southeast Asia, we've got 10 economies or governments, 4 of which are monarchies, some of which are trying to be democracies, and you've got 2 single-party countries, and then the rest are democracies, multi-party democracies, right? What do you think in your mind is the right kind of framework for a PPP strategy to be well executed in this part of the world?
I think today the crucial factors, well, let me go back to a discussion which influenced me very much. One of the wise people of former Prime Minister explained to me, I think it was 30 years ago, what the art of governance is, particularly also looking at the differences between the US, Europe, and this part of the region. And he mentioned it's always to find the right equilibrium between the individual and the collective. And whatever the government form is, I think this is today even more important because the individual is the base for creativity, for innovation and so on. But we have to keep in mind the collective interest. So how do you find the right equilibrium? And I think it's not so much, this is a question for every country in the world. But again, you, in your teaching capability and as a professor, what is your opinion?
I've been spending quite a lot of time with the young people who are trying to be entrepreneurs, and I've been advocating that it's important for them to think about becoming an entrepreneur despite the government, not because of the government. That creates, I think, a higher degree of resilience. You've talked a lot about resilience, right? And I think to the extent that the young generation learns to be surviving, even better, thriving, despite, instead of because of the government, that I think will create a much more nimble type of framework. To the extent that the government becomes more proactive in providing support to entrepreneurship, then I think it becomes, it's a plus and a bonus.
Gita, it should actually not be despite the government. It should be with the governments. I mean, the World Economic Forum is the global organization. We have this international status to foster public-private cooperation. And today we have to think in systems. If you look, for example, at solving the climate change issue, it's a very complex system related to nature, related to decarbonization of industries and so on. But governments and business today are so intertwined, so it needs public-private cooperation. And my argument would be the countries which really have the best systems of public-private cooperation will be the winners of tomorrow, because they can act faster. And the recipe for tomorrow, in the old world, it was the big fish which ate the small fish. Now in the new world, it's the fast fish which eats the slow fish. And the ASEAN countries have the capability to be the fast fish. We have China, America, the big fish.
We have a lot of fast fish here.
Exactly, exactly. But that's let's say, one factor for success is public-private cooperation. And it has to be as much as possible institutionalized, not in formalistic ways, but in very flexible ways to reach common objectives, to create a common mission, to have a common vision, and so on. But the second factor, which also speaks, let's say, against this artificial division, or not anymore, let's say, appropriate division of governments and business. Because in the past, business was regarded to be just here to create prosperity and to work for the owners. But today, I'm propagating what we call now stakeholder capitalism, because which means the business has to create prosperity, certainly, long-term prosperity, but business is also a social organism, and business has to take care of society and has to take care of the environment. So the objectives of business and governments, even if the roles are different in execution, but the objectives have become identical, because also the government's objectives, of course, are creating prosperity, inclusiveness, taking care of society and environment. But with stakeholder capitalism, which is the base of the functioning of the World Economic Forum, of our values and philosophy, I think here business has to take care not only of the owners or shareholders, but of society at large, environment. And I'm very pleased to see this concept, particularly because there are many family companies who have a long-term thinking, but not only family companies, to see it so well embraced in this part of the world. So public-private cooperation and stakeholder capitalism together, I think, will be the pillars of success for the ASEAN countries.
Wow. Professor, there are so many other things that I could seek your wisdom upon. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Pity, but thank you for the interesting discussion.
Thank you so much. A big hand to Professor Klaus Schwab. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our moderator and also panelists. Let's have a photo session together. Please join us on photo session. Pak Gita and also Professor Swab, let's have a photo session together. Please welcome Excellencies, distinguished guests, Mr. Arshad. All right, let's have the first pose. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a warm applause to our panelists for today. Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege on engaging in series of enlightening discussions and conversations. Now it's time to take a brief pause and recharge for the next phase of our summit journey. I'm pleased to announce that we have reached the lunch break, and we have arranged for a delicious spread for you at the Sri Wedari Garden. Once again, the lunch break is at the Sri Wedari Garden. And please note that the designated area for lunch, and let's reconvene sharply at 1:20 p.m. local time, because we are going to close the ballroom at 1:30 p.m. because there will be the ASEAN state leaders are going to join us. That's why we are going to close the ballroom sharply at 1:30 p.m. So let's reconvene again at this ballroom at 1:20 p.m. local time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a lunch break at Sri Wedari Garden, and we are going to reconvene again at this ballroom at 1. The latest is 1:20 p.m. local time, and we are going to close the ballroom at 1:30 p.m. because the ASEAN leaders are going to join us. That's why we are going to close the ballroom sharply at 1:30 p.m. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Sustainability has been the focus of Astra through our public contribution. We have set our Astra 2030 sustainability aspirations. In 2022, Astra was progressing towards achieving the sustainability aspirations as follows: 10% reduction of greenhouse gas emission, 43% renewable energy mix, 24% reduction of water withdrawal intensity, 98.99% solid waste recycled and recovered, 74% non-coal revenues, launched DE&I for Leaders program, 71% reduction of lost time injury frequency rate, launched Astra Women Support System, 2.12 million beneficiaries through community development programs, continue to strengthen our corporate governance to international standards.
What a wonderful world. Itulah yang menjadi impian dan tujuan kita bersama, di mana bumi yang kita tempati mengedepankan inklusivitas dan keberlanjutan. Indika Energy ingin mengambil peran mewujudkan hal tersebut sesuai dengan tujuan kami, energizing Indonesia for a sustainable future.
Dalam 5 dekade terakhir, Indika Energy mensinergikan sumber daya, jasa, dan infrastruktur energi menjadi rantai nilai yang lengkap untuk memenuhi kebutuhan nasional dan global. Kini, Indika Energy terus mengakselerasi keberlanjutan dengan berkembang menjadi perusahaan investasi terdiversifikasi dengan beragam portofolio, termasuk dalam bidang energi, logistik dan infrastruktur, mineral, green business, dan digital. Mengakselerasi keberlanjutan dan mengembangkan portofolio secara progresif dan berdampak sosial yang baik menjadi fokus Indika Energy ke depan. Kami berkomitmen untuk tingkatkan kualitas hidup manusia Indonesia demi tujuan yang sama. Indonesia yang lebih hijau, Indonesia yang lebih sehat, Indonesia yang lebih sejahtera.
Inspired by the everlasting golden rays of the sun, which gives light and life, Eka Cipta Wijaya began his business, now known as Sinar Mas, in the city of Makassar in 1938. Fueled by the founder's passion and indomitable spirit, Sinar Mas has now flourished into 7 main pillars of business that provide products and services to cater to daily necessities. First, Asia Pulp and Paper. Paper has become an integral part of daily life, from stationery to food packaging. To cater to this demand, Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinar Mas or APP, Sinar Mas, produces paper pulp, paper, tissue and plastic packaging, with sales to over 150 countries. while applying principles of sustainable forest management. Second, agribusiness and food. To cater to the demand for high-quality food and nutrition, Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food has successfully produced high-quality palm oil derivatives. Sinar Mas, through Golden Agri Resources, operates integrated palm oil estates which focus on sustainable production of palm oil, while increasing production of high value-added goods, such as biodiesel, a renewable and sustainable fuel. Third, Sinar Mas Land. Everyone aspires to have a nice and comfortable home. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Land, which operates in the developer and real estate sector, has developed a number of successful integrated towns and smart cities. Sinar Mas Land also develops hotel, industrial and business districts, as well as trade and shopping centres in Indonesia, other Asian countries and Europe. Fourth, financial services. Economic activities are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, SmartFriend has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services, including cellular data. Furthermore, the arrival of My Republic has enhanced its offering with the provision of triple play services. In line with rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Sinar Mas is steadfast in pursuing innovation and has spread its wings in the digital sector. Sinar Mas believes that technology innovation will play a critical role in shaping the future. Sixth, energy and infrastructure. Energy is essential to life. For this reason, Sinar Mas Energy and Infrastructure is a business pillar engaged in electricity generation, coal mining and trading, infrastructure and multimedia. 7. Healthcare. Sinar Mas continues to strengthen its commitment in the healthcare sector. Sinar Mas believes that access to quality healthcare is the foundation of a nation's resilience. In addition, Sinar Mas is dedicated to strengthening education initiatives so that the quality of skilled human resources can be improved. Through various social initiatives, Sinar Mas also endeavours to support the welfare of the community to build a better Indonesia. Every single one of Sinar Mas's business enterprises is established as an independent entity based on the same values and history, and as a brand, Sinar Mas is managed by the President Office, which bridges communication within the business pillars of Sinar Mas, as well as with external parties. Based on integrity, positive attitude, commitment, continuous improvement, innovative and loyal, Sinar Mas continues to grow both on the national and global scale. Sinar Mas, the nation's asset for the people's welfare.
Sustainability has been the focus of Astra through our public contribution. We have set our Astra 2030 sustainability aspirations. In 2022, Astra was progressing towards achieving the sustainability aspirations as follows: 10% reduction of greenhouse gas emission, 43% renewable energy mix, 24% reduction of water withdrawal intensity, 98.99% solid waste recycled and recovered, 74% non-coal revenues, launched DE&I for Leaders program, 71% reduction of lost time injury frequency rate, launched Astra Women Support System, 2.12 million beneficiaries through community development programs. Continue to strengthen our corporate governance to international standards.
What a wonderful world. Itulah yang menjadi impian dan tujuan kita bersama. Di mana bumi yang kita tempati mengedepankan inklusivitas dan keberlanjutan. Indika Energy ingin mengambil peran mewujudkan hal tersebut sesuai dengan tujuan kami. Energizing Indonesia for a Sustainable Future.
Dalam 5 dekade terakhir, Indika Energy mensinergikan sumber daya, jasa, dan infrastruktur energi menjadi rantai nilai yang lengkap untuk memenuhi kebutuhan nasional dan global. Kini, Indika Energy terus mengakselerasi keberlanjutan dengan berkembang menjadi perusahaan investasi terdiversifikasi dengan beragam portofolio, termasuk dalam bidang energi, logistik dan infrastruktur, mineral, green business, dan digital. Mengakselerasi keberlanjutan dan mengembangkan portofolio secara progresif dan berdampak sosial yang baik menjadi fokus Indika Energy ke depan. Kami berkomitmen untuk tingkatkan kualitas hidup manusia Indonesia demi tujuan yang sama. Indonesia yang lebih hijau, Indonesia yang lebih sehat, Indonesia yang lebih sejahtera.
Inspired by the everlasting golden rays of the sun, which gives light and life, Eka Cipta Wijaya began his business, now known as Sinar Mas, in the city of Makassar in 1938. Fueled by the founder's passion and indomitable spirit, Sinar Mas has now flourished into 7 main pillars of business that provide products and services to cater to daily necessities. First, Asia Pulp and Paper. Paper has become an integral part of daily life, from stationery to food packaging. To cater to this demand, Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinar Mas or APP, Sinar Mas, produces paper pulp, paper, tissue and plastic packaging, with sales to over 150 countries, while applying principles of sustainable forest management. Second, agribusiness and food. To cater to the demand for high-quality food and nutrition, Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food has successfully produced high-quality palm oil derivatives. Sinar Mas, through Golden Agri Resources, operates integrated palm oil estates, which focus on sustainable production of palm oil, while increasing production of high value-added goods, such as biodiesel, a renewable and sustainable fuel. Third, Sinar Mas Land. Everyone aspires to have a nice and comfortable home. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Land, which operates in the developer and real estate sector, has developed a number of successful integrated towns and smart cities. Sinar Mas Land also develops hotel, industrial and business districts, as well as trade and shopping centres in Indonesia, other Asian countries and Europe. Fourth, financial services. Economic activities are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, SmartFriend has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services.
As we move forward into our next plenary session, focusing on the ASEAN, the insights and perspectives that our esteemed guests will share, we are truly privileged to have a remarkable line-up speakers for this session. In a short moment, we will have special remarks. We are still waiting for our moderator. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our next plenary session will be focusing on the ASEAN, the epicenter, co-creating prosperity and sustainable growth within ASEAN. And the next plenary session, we're going to focus on the ASEAN, the epicenter of peace, tolerance, and harmony. We are still waiting for the arrival of our esteemed anchor. Welcome to our Excellencies. Welcome to the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023. Welcome the Chairman of the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama PBNU, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. And also welcome to Venerable Fra Anil Sakya. Welcome to ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023. And also welcome to our esteemed anchor, Mr. Frankie Wijaya. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward into our next plenary session, focusing on the ASEAN, the epicenter of peace, tolerance, and harmony, we eagerly anticipate the insights and perspectives that our esteemed guests will share. We are truly privileged to have a remarkable guest lineup of speakers for this session. Without further ado, I'm honored to invite our esteemed anchor, the chairman and CEO of Sinarmas Agribusiness and Food, to join us on stage and take the floor. Mr. Frankie Wijaya.
Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang kami hormati dan kami banggakan Bapak Arsyad Rashid, Ketua Umum Kadin Indonesia, dan juga Chairman of ASEAN Bank 2023. Yang kami hormati dan kami cintai Gus Yahya. Yang kami hormati Honorable Pra Anil Sakya. Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I feel blessed and honored to stand in front of all of you as Vice Chair of Tzu Chi Buddhism Foundation Indonesia to introduce Tzu Chi Buddhist Foundation and Dharma Master Cheng Yen. Tzu Chi Great Love, started in Indonesia since 1993, has made a significant contribution to Indonesia through its humanitarian works and volunteers' effort, guided by the principle of respect, directness, priority, and speed. Working together with communities, regardless of their diverse culture, ethnic, race, religion, and national background, bring hope, healing, and support to communities in need. For example, after massive disaster like Aceh tsunami, on top of distributing relief goods, daily necessities, medical care, Tzu Chi volunteers work day and night in order to support long-term rehabilitation efforts, including construction of new homes, schools, hospitals, and places of worship. In addition, Tzu Chi makes positive impact in healthcare, education, poverty alleviation, and environmental sustainability. Tzu Chi Great Love has spread to more than 67 countries, with more than 12 million donors and volunteers all over the world, driven by love and compassion in action, delivered various humanitarian activities, including disaster relief, medical care mission, education support, and community engagement to more than 128 countries. Since 2010, Tzu Chi Buddhist Foundation has become special consultative status with United Nations Economic and Social Council, a significant recognition to Tzu Chi contribution around the world. Dharma Master Cheng Yen founded Tzu Chi Buddhist Foundation in 1966 in Taiwan, an international non-profit organization dedicated to relief suffering around the world, working together with communities regardless of their religion, culture, ethnic, race, and national background. Dharma Master Cheng Yen humanitarian efforts have gained recognition worldwide and earned a spot on Time magazine of 100 most influential people in the world. In summary, I believe the power of great love, which is based on love and care for Mother Earth and its living beings, will be able to inspire collaboration among diverse culture, ethnic, race, religion, and national background across ASEAN countries in order to foster peace, tolerance, and harmony in promoting growth and prosperity within ASEAN and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Without further ado, please welcome Dharma Master Cheng Yen. I thank you.
Ini adalah rumah sakit, saya sangat menghargai pembangunan rumah sakit ini. Rumah sakit dengan kapasitas 576 kamar, dengan sarana dan prasarana peralatan rumah sakit yang begitu sangat canggih. Kita ingin semuanya sehat, tetapi kalau pas sakit, jangan pergi ke luar negeri. Pergi saja ke rumah sakit Seji Hospital.
印尼的菩萨们呐，大家都是很正知正见，对于社会人间要做的事，只要有利益人群啊，我不只是祝福，还要说感恩呐。你我同心，有缘来到人间，我们可以同行菩萨道。不管你们信仰的是什么，但是好事呢，就是友情的道路。教育呢，是希望的大工程。你们这几年来啦，对于教育呢，都很重视，所以这个社会啊，我们教育出来的是社会的英才。教育都是为人间育英才啦，都是好的人才。所以呢，有缘是大家过去的呢这一份缘，有志一同。那正知正见呐，正行为，你们已经落地了，所走的方向都是很正确。而且呢，培养出来的呢，也已经进入社会啦。你们想要做的，我们自己教育出来的那一份的情，会真正的做得很好。尤其是把教育培养人才要做得好，算是为自己培养人才。所以我说，印尼是一个很好因缘的慈济的成功者，这真成功的一个国家做慈济。印象很深的那个时候的红溪河，曾经社会有过这样，这就是呢。警惕，哪怕教科书呢，我们的历史啦，也应该要写进去，可以对照，就是只要有心，就不怕天下有难事。呀，这个在印尼，应该呢，爱感恩你们这一群企业家，你们。方向正确，这种企业啦做得好，社会呢就会繁荣起来。事业做对了，那才是呢针对的，对社会人群的也是教育。很期待企业家。总是要负起社会的责任。企业家呢，这种利谈利啦，要谈社会众生利。在社会，人人拢有利益， 不只是利益主义，利益主义啦，总是那一分的福会狭小，那利益更多，那就是造大福。要那为家己做福吼，分分绩效都是一个人得，吼，这而且呢，福尽呐，业还是赶快现前，业无消。我们假如是为人间造福，那就是呢，大福消业障。假如为自己啦，还是众生共业，所造的福是个人的，但是所造的业呢是共同的。现在的已经众生共业啦，这样的自然法则会越崩越紧。总是呢，人与大地自然争啊，土地已经开花的已经久了，所以呢，一直在掏空，这是也是很担心。总而言之啦，我们要有警惕性，因为大自然的法则非人力可当，所以我们要敬天爱地，同时呢，要关怀天下众生。看看你们有用心如何推树，人口啦都用树啦，那就会少杀生。要改善，改善才有办法。人人有心，人人有爱，人人护护大地。这个护大地啦，这样安尼不就是力量吗？总是呢，这都是我们要把握时间。
Thank you, Master Cheung, for the incredible remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our journey continues into our next keynote remark that will explore the role of ASEAN in promoting peace, tolerance, and harmony among different faiths and cultures. Faith-based organizations are important focal points in ASEAN's sustainability agenda. In a region where caring for the environment is often viewed as a moral responsibility, faith-based organizations are crucial in educating society on the consequences of pollution, overconsumption, and biodiversity loss. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker to the stage, the chairman of the Central Board of Nahdlatul Ulama PBNU. Please welcome Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, syukurillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Maulana Muhammad ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi mawala. Amma ba'd, Honorable Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Pak Arsyad Rashid, Honorable Leader of Buddhist community in Thailand, Venerable Anil Sakya, our beloved friend, Pak Franky Wijaya, distinguished guests and participants from ASEAN countries. Thank you for the honor of stage that is given to me. a few days ago, no, it was like a couple weeks ago, in early August, Nahdlatul Ulama held an event that we call the ASEAN Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue Conference. This event is an event of a gathering of religious leaders and cultural leaders from all ASEAN member countries and also from countries that have cooperational relationship with ASEAN. And in that event, we promote an idea of striving together to make ASEAN as the epicentrum of peace, tolerance, and harmony. The event went very well, and we had the full support from the Indonesian government, especially from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, because we came to a shared belief that this kind of event, this idea is needed. And the consideration for that is a simple logic. This year, as the host of ASEAN Summit and the bearer of ASEAN presidency, Indonesia promotes an agenda to make ASEAN as the epicentrum of growth. ASEAN matters as the epicentrum of growth. Is ASEAN truly having the potential to make itself an epicentrum of growth, which means that it can foster more economic growth, not just for ASEAN countries and societies, but also for all the entire global community. We believe ASEAN has the potential, and the reason is many. We have very, very affluent natural resources. We have huge populations, which is very essential in the dynamics of economy. So what the ASEAN Summit needs to do then is to think and discuss about the strategy to really make it happen, to make ASEAN as the epicentrum of growth. But then, ladies and gentlemen, in every postulate of basic economic theories, there's always one phrase that comes in common, which is ceteris paribus, meaning that every economic postulate can only work if there is no other variables involved. But in reality, we can easily acknowledge that economy can only grow and work well if we have sufficient stability, sufficient security in our society. So it is a prerequisite for any strategy to make ASEAN the epicentrum of growth that we need to create a condition where ASEAN is or has sufficient stability and security in its society. Now, having seen this reality, then we come to see another part of reality in our society, which is that we are a very, very heterogeneous society in sense of ethnicity, cultures, and religion. That means that we have so many sources of potential problems in our society, because differences in these kind of groupings often creates or triggers controversies, contradictions, or even conflicts in society. And it, in fact, happened quite frequently in our society, including in Indonesia. Now, but in the other hand, we also see a reality that our society actually, compared to others in other places in the world, actually is relatively peace. Our society, despite the heterogeneous nature, actually relatively very, very peace and tolerance. If you look into history, this is a region where conflicts, violent conflicts, is relatively very rare compared to other regions. And our society has the confidence to preserve its capacity to contain any potential of conflicts within itself. That is why in Indonesia, for example, we confidently use as our national creed Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, which means unity amidst diversity. Because despite the very heterogeneous nature of Indonesian society, we have great confidence that we can manage all these differences in our society into something that is harmonious in nature. And we come to this confidence because it is indeed our experience throughout a long, long time of history. Now, if we look at the whole region where ASEAN countries reside, actually, the societies in ASEAN, in every member countries of ASEAN, actually has similar nature, similar character. So we then can think about what has been happening in our history together. In fact, there was a time in history when this whole ASEAN societies actually was one shared civilization. And the civilization that existed in quite ancient time started maybe before the century itself, managed to plant deep root in our societies. So, first, in order for us to succeed in working on a strategy to make ASEAN an epicentrum of growth, we need to also strive and strategize to make ASEAN as epicentrum of peace, tolerance, and harmony. Because peace, tolerance, and harmony are needed to preserve and guarantee the stability and security of our society, which is needed for any strategy for economy. So then, do we really have the potential to develop ASEAN as the epicentrum of harmony? The answer is yes, indeed. Because we were, in the past, one civilization. And the civilization that we had in the past was a civilization that truly promoted harmony among this diverse society. We had in Indonesia, for example, the civilization of Sriwijaya, which managed to survive for not least than 7 centuries, 700 years in Indonesia. Managed to preserve peace and harmony in the archipelago. I had a long discussion this morning with Venerable Anil Sakya in my office, and we were talking about the nature of our shared civilization in the past and the evidence that indeed there was a shared civilization existed, belonged to us in the past. Until nowadays, we have so many elements of shared cultural elements. We have so many similarities in our languages and so forth. And most importantly, actually, we have similarities in the nature of our mentality, which is a mentality that put harmony as the most important in our life. So indeed, we have the potential to strategize and make ASEAN an epicentrum of harmony, an epicentrum of growth, going along with epicentrum of harmony is something that the global community is really in a great need nowadays. So hopefully, with these efforts, that we put our dedication in it, we will then make a truly valuable contribution, not just for our beloved ASEAN community, but more widely to the whole global community and global civilization. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and hopefully this forum will also contribute with more than just economic calculation, but also we hope that in our economic striving, whatever we do, it will be infused by our shared and, in fact, universal ethics and morality. And that is where religions can also contribute greatly as inspiration. Thank you again. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, our esteemed speaker, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf, for the enlightening insight. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to our esteemed speaker, Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that we introduce the next keynote speaker. The advisor for Buddhist World University is here to share his insights with us. Please welcome Venerable Fra Anil Sakya. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon to all. Most Honorable Chairman of the Indonesian Commerce, and of course Gus Yaya and Frank from Suchi, as well as all distinguished ladies and gentlemen here who is eager to learn something from a very different perspective. I really appreciate and honor the step taken by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce to have a different sort of a taste of economy, inviting a religious leaders, inviting a religious man to talk about business. What a berserk. We always think that religion is nothing to do with business. Religion should be in the mosque, religion should be in the temple, religion should be in our small altar in our houses, not in the business. How is it possible? Don't forget that every one of us, apart from being an economic creature, we are also a religious creature in other side of the world. When economy has a problem, when economy is no ethics, no morality, where you head for the advice, you go to the religious man, you go to the religious text, and then say that how can we do? But even you are using religious sometimes for your economic benefit, you go to the God, please, give me a lot of profit on my business. Is that the God job? Is that the Buddhist monk's job? So this is a very good initiative the Chambers of Commerce has taken. Bravo, I salute you. In this interfaith session of this ASEAN back Business Advisory Council. I guess that we are trying to look at something from the very fresh eyes. And that is, I would say that I think as for the commerce, I think you are trying to ask me is that how can we use religion to make this world, this ASEAN fertile for your economic growth, isn't that? Am I getting some mistake here? And that's why you are saying that you have epicentrum of peace, tolerance, and harmony. Because without peace, tolerance, and harmony, you can have a good business. But again, if you look at the vice versa, thus, business is another part which creates the peace, harmony, and tolerance for religious and society in return. So this is the problem of what I call is chicken and egg problem. So who is to blame here? If the society is turmoil, you are saying that religious is getting a problem. And when the religious is getting problem, we say that it's an economic problem. So whose problem is that? And we are, after all, being victimized from all other sides. So I guess that in order to see that, in order to talk about this whole idea, especially to try to say at epicentrum, this is a very good and fancy word, I guess. Epicentrum of peace, tolerance, and harmony. Every region in the world, they are trying to use this kind of a phrase to say that our region is safe, our region is peaceful. But peaceful for what? Peaceful in a sense that you can make a lot of money out of this, turmoil and the violence and it's all these things, what is going on in this world? Or you want to make world a really peace, so that, again, your business can be flourished. So after all, business and religion is something that we can't really separate it out. We have to combine each other and say it. For the ASEAN's sake, I would say that ASEAN has a very great asset. Generally, ASEAN is a new word. It was just coined in 1967 or after the Second World War. But don't you remember that actually we have a common heritage and a common word for this region? In the history, back in history, going back thousands of years, that is called Suvarna Bhumi and Suvarna Dwipa. Suvarna Bhumi is for the ASEAN land-based countries, nations, as archipelagos, our islands are Suvarna Dwipa. We are one. Why it is Suvarna Dwipa and Suvarna Bhumi? It's a golden land and golden islands. Why we call golden island? Because all nations around this world, they come here to dig a gold. They do the business here. They become rich here after they do the business. So this is what we call ASEAN. We have been a one from the time long, long ago. So in those ideas, when we started the idea of ASEAN from 1967, we are talking about three pillars of ASEAN, isn't it? The security, the AEC, and the socio-cultural pillar. The only sad thing is that AEC has been moved very far away, and then now become AEC is one of the very important reasons for economics. Whatever ASEAN moves now, the global will be tremble. Not like before. The ASEAN economy has boomed so much that whatever we say it, global tremble. Global has effect. Therefore, I say that what we call ASEAN economy has very successful. I salute for that. But what about the third pillar, ASEAN socio-cultural pillar? Nobody talk about that. Nobody do anything about that. Although the foundation of social culture is very much, important for economic growth. Therefore, this is something I would like to ask all of you. So whenever we talk about this ASEAN epicentrism or whatever, epicentrum of peace, tolerance, and harmony. It is all about, I would say that we have this very unique, what we call Asian ways. What is Asian ways? Asian ways refers to the region's diplomatic style, characterized by informality, patience, and focus on building personal relationship. This approach encourages open dialogue and mutual understanding among member states. So it means that we do have this very unique ASEAN way that, fine, everything will be all right. We don't confront face to face. We sometimes talk informally. We sometimes go through and talk in our lunch table, which is more easier to talk. We'll go talk in the back door. This is a very, very ASEAN way to solve the problem, to solve all the crises, which I guess that other countries, they might not have that cultures. And all these cultures is grounded on our faith-based society. In ASEAN, by the statistical, 40% of ASEAN citizens adhere Buddhism, whereas 42% are Islam. So by Buddhist and Islam, we are covering 82% of ASEAN community. And this is how the Buddhist and Islam is something, a core value. We are creating this whole ASEAN within the plurality, but at the same time, we are talking about the same idea of the message. When we talk about economy, it is generally the capitalists always talk about profit before people. But as ASEAN, we always talk about people before profit, don't we? Because this is something that we have to share the wealth, we have to share the things. That's why even the topic is called inclusivity. We have to include everyone, not leave anyone behind. Even from the Asian point of view, I think that we have to be very careful and we have to be very, very proud to able to give something to the world. Don't forget that in Thailand, the idea of a theory of sufficiency economy. In Indonesia, Balinese, Hindu background of a Trihita Karana, or even the Islamic Quranic concept on the Mizan, we are talking about the same thing actually. The balance, the sustainability. The whole word of sustainability or sustain, do we know that? What does it mean? The UN said it, and generally we are translating into something like the development forever. Is there such thing as a development forever? Because the word development itself is changing. If you don't change, you won't develop. So how you can sustain them? So if you realize the derivation of the sustain through the ASEAN culture, through the ASEAN language, it is a tenor in Latin, which means that uphold. And same word in ASEAN language, based on Sanskrit and Pali, it is from the word dra, and that is become a dharma. So basically, sustain means that the dharma. So sustainable development is a dharmic development, you see. Dharmic development is that the development with balance. Balance with what? Balance with money and happiness. Balance with the morality and business. So therefore, I would say that in order to realize, in order to share this idea with the global world, as an ASEAN key role player, I would say that we should have to really work hard in order to show these ideas. If I use the word, little bit of a business idea, everyone is always looking for the growth of your business. If you say that from 1 million rupiah to 500 million rupiah, from 100 to all this area has a growth. But are you happy with that? No. Because you need to have some kind of discipline, you need to have some kind of ethics. So once you have a sort of a growth, materialistic growth, and we have a little bit of ethics and something else, that is called progress. We are better than the growth. But when the religion come in, religion says that, no, that is still wrong. If you really want to share the human, the divine dignity, the religious will say that on top of the growth, you will have ethics, and on top of the ethics, that is ethics means that the human honesty, all this moral, all those things, values, and top of that, I would say that you need to have a humanity, you need to have a spirituality, you need to have a morality. Once all those business has done, I will call success. So that is a business model. I will always say we need to have it. I guess we already have very strong, what we call is ground. We have an idea developed by the Buddhism called sufficiency. We have an idea developed by Trihitakkarana by Balinese Hindu. We have ideas developed by the Mizan of the Quranic Islam. All those ideas can be shared with the global world. And then I would say that just to give you a very simple, in fact, the 5 Ps of the SDG, looking from the ASEAN perspective, I would put in a very consecutive manner as Arya Manushya, that is for the people, Arya Bhumi, that is for the planet, Arya Krita, that is for the partnership, Arya Vriddhi, that is for the prosperity, and Arya Sukha, that is for the happiness. That means we have to start from each individual, every Manushya, every Jana, to become a Arya, to become a sustainable. In order to do that, we need to have a sustainable planet, the surroundings, the land, the office. And then once you have the sustainable things, then there is more people is coming in a partnership. Once with the partnership, then you will have a prosperity. And that prosperity is going for the Arya Sukha, sustainable happiness. And this is what we are really we can show to the world. So last but not least, I would say that as we are talking about the business model here, I will give you a small definition of my own business, I guess. It's a monk business, not a monkey business, though. So let me give you my own definition of ASEAN business. When we think of ASEAN business, I would like to ask all of you to think of the 8 qualities. Business is 8 words. B, always think that whatever we do, we have to be beneficial for everyone. B. U, I will say that it should be useful for everything, not only yourself. And S for sustainability. Is that to be sustainable? Means that it's a kind of a balance it. And then, of course, I have to be innovative and then intelligent. And then N is for you need to have a nexus and networking, which is very good in ASEAN countries. And of course, E for everyone. We have to be inclusive to everyone. And S for spirituality. It is you can't think the spiritually behind. And then only then you will have a last S, that is a success. So may ASEAN be a beacon of peace, prosperity, and harmony for all of us and the planet we are living in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Fra Anil Sakya, for a very incredible remarks that given to all of us here today. Once again, we also would like to thank our previous esteemed speaker. We have Kiai Haji Yahya Khalil Stakuf and also Venerable Fra Anil Sakya. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much for your valuable thoughts and time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh. His Excellency will join us soon, so please kindly remain on your seats because the room will be closed during our next session. Once again, we would like to inform you that we are still waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh. The Excellency will join us soon, so please kindly remain on your seats as the main ballroom is going to be closed during the next session. Thank you. Please rise for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh. Welcome the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As one of the fastest growing economies in Southeast Asia, Vietnam has been actively pursuing international partnerships and free trade agreements to promote its economic growth and development. We are honored to have with us today a visionary leader who will be delivering a special address on the topic ASEAN in multipolar world that will focus on how ASEAN can support businesses and maintain its centrality in the region through deepening partnerships with external actors such as China, Japan, the European Union, and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed anchor, Mr. Arshad Rashid.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with utmost admirations that I introduce to you all Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh, who came all the way to Indonesia to be with us today. Your presence here, Prime Minister, signals the importance of the private sectors to regional prosperity. We acknowledge Vietnam as the strong engine of regional economic growth. With its competitive industries and resilient supply chain, we will hear from the Prime Minister on how ASEAN can support businesses and maintains its centrality in the regional architectures through its deepening partnerships in this multipolar world. With that, I would like to introduce, please, Chair Vinh.
Kính thưa các vị khách quý, các doanh nghiệp, các nhà đầu tư, ASEAN Biz 2023 là sự kiện đặc biệt quan trọng của cộng đồng doanh nghiệp, khu vực và thế giới. Tất cả chúng ta ngồi đây đều mong muốn chứng kiến một ASEAN hùng cường, thịnh vượng, là hình mẫu của đoàn kết và hợp tác, là tâm điểm của tăng trưởng, bao trùm, tiến bộ xã hội và phát triển bền vững. Mà ở đó, cộng đồng doanh nghiệp giữ vai trò quan trọng. Tại sự kiện quan trọng này, chúng ta vui mừng chào đón sự hiện diện của Ngài Thủ tướng Phạm Minh Chính, Thủ tướng nước Cộng hòa xã hội chủ nghĩa Việt Nam. Trong những năm qua, dưới sự điều hành của chính phủ Việt Nam mà Ngài Thủ tướng Phạm Minh Chính là hạt nhân lãnh đạo, dù đối mặt với nhiều khó khăn, thách thức trước những tác động của đại dịch Covid-19, của tình hình kinh tế, chính trị thế giới, mà nền kinh tế Việt Nam vẫn phát triển mạnh mẽ và đạt được những thành tựu to lớn, trở thành một trong những điểm sáng trong bức tranh kinh tế của khu vực và toàn cầu. Với tầm nhìn, sự đột phá trong tư duy và quyết liệt trong hành động, Ngài Thủ tướng cũng đã đề ra những chỉ đạo thực hiện cải thiện môi trường kinh doanh, chương trình chuyển đổi số, chuyển đổi xanh, kinh tế tuần hoàn và phát triển bền vững tại Việt Nam, được cộng đồng doanh nghiệp, nhà đầu tư trong và ngoài nước ghi nhận và đánh giá cao. Việc dành thời gian tới dự hội nghị của chúng ta ngày hôm nay không chỉ thể hiện sự coi trọng và quan tâm lớn của Ngài Thủ tướng với sự phát triển của cộng đồng doanh nghiệp Việt Nam nói riêng, ASEAN nói chung, mà còn là sự cam kết của chính phủ Việt Nam trong việc thúc đẩy tự do hóa thương mại và đầu tư nội khối vì thịnh vượng chung, để cộng đồng doanh nghiệp, doanh nhân Việt Nam kinh doanh tốt hơn vì một thế giới tốt hơn. Sau đây, xin quý vị một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để chào đón sự hiện diện của Ngài Phạm Minh Chính, Thủ tướng nước Cộng hòa xã hội chủ nghĩa Việt Nam, và cùng lắng nghe bài phát biểu quan trọng của Ngài Thủ tướng tại Hội nghị Thượng đỉnh Kinh doanh và Đầu tư ASEAN 2023 ngày hôm nay. Xin trân trọng kính mời Thủ tướng.
Thưa các nhà lãnh đạo ASEAN và các đối tác, thưa các doanh nhân đại diện cho doanh nghiệp quý mến, tôi rất là hoan nghênh và đánh giá cao cái nỗ lực của Hội đồng Tư vấn Kinh doanh ASEAN trong việc tổ chức Hội nghị Thượng đỉnh về Kinh doanh Đầu tư ASEAN năm 2023. Đây là một cái sự nỗ lực lớn của cái cộng đồng doanh nghiệp ASEAN, trong đó có cái sự hỗ trợ rất là tích cực của nước chủ nhà Indonesia. Những năm qua thì Hội nghị Thượng đỉnh Kinh doanh và Đầu tư ASEAN đã phát huy tốt cái vai trò là cái diễn đàn lớn của doanh nghiệp để chúng ta đến với cùng nhau, chúng ta chia sẻ, rồi chúng ta cùng nhau hợp tác và chúng ta cùng nhau chiến thắng. Và cái tôi rất ấn tượng về cái cách làm cũng như cái hợp tác của chúng ta thông qua cái hội nghị thượng đỉnh này. Thưa toàn thể các quý vị, như các quý vị đã biết thì thế giới ngày nay thì nó có rất nhiều cái thay đổi, mà có những cái thay đổi mình cũng không định đoán trước được, mình không dự báo trước được. Như chúng ta vừa trải qua một cái đại dịch Covid-19 là chưa bao giờ có. Sau đại dịch thì cái nền kinh tế nói chung của thế giới, rồi các doanh nghiệp, rồi người dân, đời sống gặp khó khăn. Sau đó lại tiếp đến cái chiến tranh thì cũng ảnh hưởng đến cái an ninh lương thực, an ninh năng lượng. rồi nó tác động đến cái lạm phát cao mà tăng trưởng thấp, rồi nó có nhiều cái khó khăn mà ta hay gọi là cơn gió ngược. Trong một cái thế giới bình yên nhưng mà nó có những cơn gió ngược. Nhưng đấy là cũng là cuộc sống thôi. Chẳng lúc nào nó bình yên được cả. Nhưng mà chúng ta cũng lạc quan là chẳng bao giờ mà chỉ có khó khăn không. Chúng tôi thì muốn chia sẻ với cộng đồng doanh nghiệp là những cái lúc mà thuận lợi thì mình cũng không quá lạc quan. Những lúc khó khăn thì cũng không quá bi quan. Nói tóm lại là cuộc sống người ta luôn luôn đối diện với những cái thuận lợi và cái khó khăn có thể đan xen. Và chúng ta cứ xác định là cái khó khăn nó nhiều hơn để chúng ta nỗ lực, chúng ta cố gắng nhiều hơn. Thì tôi chia sẻ cái suy nghĩ của mình như vậy đối với lại cộng đồng của chúng ta. Cái suy nghĩ thứ hai thì có lẽ là ban nãy thì cũng nghe hai nhà lãnh đạo doanh nghiệp của Indonesia và của Việt Nam thì nói nhiều đến tư duy, nói nhiều đến phương pháp luận, nói nhiều đến cái cách tiếp cận. Mặc dù là rất ngắn nhưng mà tôi cũng nắm được mấy ý như thế. Thì tôi nghĩ là cái nguồn lực phải bắt nguồn từ tư duy, cái động lực thì bắt nguồn từ đổi mới, mà sức mạnh thì bắt nguồn từ nhân dân, sáng tạo thì bắt nguồn từ văn hóa. Có lẽ là cũng chia sẻ như vậy. Và những cái yếu tố đó thì có lẽ là cộng đồng ASEAN của chúng ta đều có. Cho nên tôi cũng rất mong là chúng ta sẽ phát huy với cái tinh thần cao nhất để chúng ta có được nguồn lực, có được động lực, rồi có được sức mạnh để chúng ta cùng nhau đoàn kết đưa ASEAN phát triển nhanh và bền vững. Thưa quý vị đại biểu, cục diện thế giới thì đa cực là một xu thế tất yếu, cạnh tranh chiến lược thì ngày càng gay gắt, xu hướng phân mảnh, tập hợp lực lượng thì ngày càng rõ nét. Thì nó lại có bên cạnh cái không thuận lợi về cái yếu tố tự nhiên thì vấn đề xã hội nó cũng xuất hiện những vấn đề như vậy. Và ASEAN thì đứng trước cái sứ mệnh phải khẳng định là một cực trong thế giới đa cực, là trung tâm trong hợp tác cũng như cấu trúc ở khu vực. ASEAN hoàn toàn có đủ khả năng đảm nhận được cái sứ mệnh đó. Chúng ta nói rõ tức là ASEAN thì chúng ta thì cũng là một cái khu vực mà có thể nói là phát triển năng động, có dân số khoảng hơn 600 triệu dân. Và chúng ta đã chứng minh được cái sự phát triển của chúng ta. Vì ASEAN có không gian kinh tế rộng mở với mạng lưới là 8 cái hiệp định thương mại tự do, gồm khu vực mậu dịch tự do ASEAN và 7 cái AFTA với các đối tác quan trọng, trong đó có cái hiệp định đối tác kinh tế toàn diện khu vực RCEP, để tạo nên một khu vực thương mại tự do chiếm đến 30% dân số thế giới. Tức là cả cái thế giới, cái dân số của chúng ta và dân số của các đối tác. Với trên 688 triệu người và 32% GDP toàn cầu, là quy mô trên 3.600 tỷ USD năm 2022. Cái thứ hai là nhiều cái điểm sáng đang được thúc đẩy mạnh mẽ để ASEAN kịp thời nắm bắt, tận dụng cơ hội từ những xu thế phát triển mới, như là xây dựng cái hiệp định khung kinh tế ASEAN, rồi khung kinh tế tuần hoàn, khung kinh tế biển xanh, rồi chiến lược trung hòa carbon, đàm phán nâng cấp hiệp định thương mại và hàng hóa ASEAN, rồi hiệp định thương mại tự do AFTA giữa ASEAN với Trung Quốc, Hàn Quốc, Nhật Bản, Ấn Độ, vân vân. Như vậy là cái hành lang pháp lý thì chúng ta đang tiếp tục mở rộng. Thứ ba là ASEAN độc lập, tự cường là điểm sáng về tăng trưởng. Năm 2022 thì chúng ta đạt tăng trưởng là 5,6%, so với tăng trưởng toàn cầu chỉ đạt 2,9%. Như vậy là chúng ta vẫn là điểm sáng. Năm 2023 dự báo thì đạt khoảng 4,5%, cao hơn so với dự báo tốc độ tăng trưởng của nhóm nước phát triển. Rồi tăng cường cái thương mại đầu tư nội khối. Thương mại nội khối đạt là trên 800 tỷ, chiếm khoảng 22% tổng kim ngạch thương mại của ASEAN. Rồi đầu tư nội khối đạt 27 tỷ USD, chiếm khoảng 12% tổng FDI của khối của chúng ta. Ứng phó hiệu quả với các thách thức về an ninh năng lượng, an ninh lương thực, vững vàng vượt qua đại dịch Covid-19. Và qua đại dịch Covid-19 thì chúng tôi là những nhà lãnh đạo các nước ASEAN thì cũng phải cảm ơn doanh nghiệp, cảm ơn các bạn đã đồng hành cùng với các chính phủ chúng ta để vượt qua những cái khó khăn thách thức do đại dịch Covid-19 gây ra. Thứ tư là ASEAN đóng vai trò là một mắt xích quan trọng trong các cơ chế hợp tác khu vực thông qua quan hệ và hợp tác với các đối tác ở bên ngoài. Rồi thông qua các cơ chế như là ASEAN cộng 1, ASEAN cộng 3, rồi Hội nghị Đông Á, vân vân. Các nước ASEAN đã tạo dựng cái uy tín và cân bằng được cái quan hệ này để chúng ta phát triển. Và từ cái cân bằng như vậy thì chúng ta giữ được cái ổn định để chúng ta phát triển. Và đã có 43 cái quốc gia tham gia hiệp định thân thiện và hợp tác ở Đông Nam Á. Đây là cái chúng ta đã làm được như vậy. Để sắp tới để cái tiếp tục phát huy cái vai trò vị thế và tận dụng nắm bắt những cơ hội từ trật tự thế giới hiện đại, tôi xin nhấn mạnh một số cái điểm chúng ta cùng chung tay để chúng ta làm. ASEAN cần củng cố và tăng cường đoàn kết nội khối. Cái đoàn kết là rất là quan trọng. Kinh nghiệm mà cho thấy thì càng khó khăn thì càng phải đoàn kết để giữ vững cái nguyên tắc, lập trường quan điểm chung của ASEAN, để giữ vững cái cân bằng chiến lược trong quan hệ giữa ASEAN với các đối tác. Lúc này chúng ta phải khôn khéo, chúng ta phải cân bằng cái chiến lược để chúng ta vừa tranh thủ được những cái lợi thế của các nước có thể hỗ trợ chúng ta, nhưng mà chúng ta vừa hóa giải được những cái khó khăn có thể nó đến bất cứ lúc nào. ASEAN cần duy trì cam kết lâu dài về mở rộng thị trường, thúc đẩy thương mại và đầu tư, nhất là trong nội khối. Cái đầu tư và thương mại trong nội khối thì chúng ta đã có. Thì tôi đề nghị các doanh nghiệp là tiếp tục hỗ trợ lẫn nhau trên tinh thần đoàn kết, trên tinh thần cái lợi ích hài hòa, cái rủi ro chia sẻ. Chúng ta cùng nhau đoàn kết để phát triển ASEAN. Và ASEAN cần tăng cường cái hội nhập khu vực sâu rộng hơn về khai thác tốt hơn các cái thế mạnh của nhau nhằm nắm bắt các cơ hội trong nền kinh tế toàn cầu, nhất là các động lực tăng trưởng mới. Như vậy là chúng ta, các nền kinh tế của chúng ta là có tính chất cộng sinh, hỗ trợ lẫn nhau. Nhưng mà chúng ta cũng phải chọn một số cái trọng tâm trọng điểm để chúng ta phát triển. Mà chọn trọng tâm trọng điểm thì cái lại phải có ưu tiên. Thì cái ưu tiên ở đây thì tôi nghĩ là ưu tiên tập trung vào mấy cái động lực mới. Một là chuyển đổi số, cái thứ hai là tăng trưởng xanh, cái thứ ba là kinh tế tuần hoàn, kinh tế chia sẻ. Đó là những cái mà chúng ta cũng đang cần, những cái mà chúng ta có thế mạnh. Ví dụ như tăng trưởng xanh chẳng hạn, thì chúng ta ở khu vực nhiệt đới gió mùa, nắng và gió thì không ai lấy đi được của chúng ta cả, mà chúng ta cũng chẳng phải mua của ai. Vấn đề là chúng ta phải hợp tác để chúng ta khai thác. Vấn đề là chúng ta phải phát triển cái ngành công nghiệp này để chúng ta tự lực tự cường về năng lượng. Tôi nói ví dụ thế. Thì ngoài ra chúng ta có thế mạnh về nông nghiệp, nhưng mà chúng ta lại cũng phải có cái hợp tác để chúng ta cùng nhau phát triển. Và chúng ta cũng thấy là một vấn đề là về cái công bằng tiến bộ xã hội và bảo vệ môi trường. Chúng ta cần phải thúc đẩy. Và quan điểm của chúng tôi thì không hy sinh không hy sinh cái công bằng xã hội, không hy sinh cái tiến bộ xã hội, không hy sinh cái an sinh xã hội, bảo vệ môi trường để chạy theo cái tăng trưởng đơn thuần, tức là phát triển nhanh nhưng phải bền vững. Rồi kiên định các cái cách tiếp cận toàn cầu, cách tiếp cận toàn dân. Bây giờ thì những vấn đề lớn, những về tác động đến chúng ta là đều những cái vấn đề mang tính toàn cầu. Tôi nói ví dụ đại dịch Covid là mang tính toàn cầu, hay là vấn đề năng lượng, vấn đề lương thực cũng mang tính toàn cầu. Mang tính toàn cầu rồi nhưng mà nó lại tác động đến vấn đề toàn dân. Cho nên là chúng ta phải có cách tiếp cận toàn cầu, có cách tiếp cận toàn dân, kêu gọi sự đoàn kết quốc tế là như vậy. Và chúng ta kiên định cái cách tiếp cận đó trong bất cứ cái hoàn cảnh nào. Và để phát huy hơn nữa cái vai trò của doanh nghiệp trong thúc đẩy tăng trưởng, tạo bứt phá mới cho ASEAN, tôi cho rằng chính phủ và doanh nghiệp cần hợp tác ngày càng chặt chẽ, hiệu quả và thực chất hơn. Cụ thể là thứ nhất, cùng nhau hoàn thiện thể chế. Thể chế là rất là quan trọng, vì chúng ta xây dựng cái nhà nước pháp quyền thì cũng là xây dựng để của dân, do dân và vì dân. Trên mọi người dân thì đều phải bình đẳng trước pháp luật và phải sống và làm việc theo hiến pháp và pháp luật. Vì vậy trên cái hoàn thiện cái thể chế là rất quan trọng. Nhưng mà cái thể chế thế nào đó nó hài hòa giữa các quy định kinh doanh trong ASEAN, rồi đơn giản hóa các cái thủ tục bằng chuyển đổi số, rồi khuyến khích và coi trọng tiếng nói của doanh nghiệp, lắng nghe doanh nghiệp. Vì họ là cái phản ánh từ cái cuộc sống để chúng ta tháo gỡ những cái khó khăn. Thứ hai là cùng chung tay phát triển cơ sở hạ tầng chiến lược, kết nối. Thì hiện nay thì một là chúng ta phát triển được hạ tầng thì tạo ra cái không gian phát triển mới, tạo ra được cái cách quản lý và khai thác cái đất nó có hiệu quả hơn. Nhưng mà cái thứ ba là nó giảm cái chi phí logistics, giảm cái giá thành và tạo ra sự cạnh tranh tốt hơn. Và đặc biệt là cái hạ tầng cho phát triển số, cho tăng trưởng xanh, cho chống biến đổi khí hậu, cho cái kinh tế tuần hoàn. Và thứ ba là cùng xây dựng cái nguồn lực chất lượng cao. Cuối cùng là con người. Con người là cái nguồn nhân lực quý giá nhất của chúng ta. Nhưng mà chúng ta phải khai thác, sử dụng thế nào để có hiệu quả nhất cái nguồn lực con người này. Và tất nhiên thì chúng ta phải có cái đào tạo, phải có cái nâng cấp, phải có cái cách làm để chúng ta không ngừng nâng cao cái sự sáng tạo của con người, cái sự bứt phá của con người. Nó sẽ dẫn dắt các cái công việc khác đi theo. Và những cái vấn đề nêu trên thì cần được phối hợp ở cả 3 cấp độ, tức là giữa chính phủ với chính phủ, giữa chính phủ với doanh nghiệp và giữa doanh nghiệp với doanh nghiệp. Để chúng ta làm vấn đề liên quan đến thể chế, liên quan đến hạ tầng, liên quan đến nguồn nhân lực, liên quan đến cải cách hành chính, rồi các cái hoạt động khác có liên quan đến doanh nghiệp. Và đối với doanh nghiệp thì tôi cũng xin chia sẻ là thế này. Doanh nghiệp thì chúng tôi rất mong là phải đi đầu trong cái đổi mới sáng tạo, tăng năng suất lao động và kết hợp hài hòa giữa cái sản xuất kinh doanh với lại cái nghiên cứu sáng tạo, với nghiên cứu phát triển. Đấy là ý thứ nhất. Ý thứ hai là doanh nghiệp có trách nhiệm với lại xã hội, với cộng đồng. Nhất là những cái khu vực ở vùng sâu, vùng xa, vùng biên giới, hải đảo, để cho chúng ta góp phần không để ai bị bỏ lại phía sau. Vấn đề thứ ba là nâng cao cái năng lực và cái đạo đức kinh doanh. Đây cũng là vấn đề hết sức là quan trọng. Chúng ta kinh doanh và xây dựng một cái môi trường kinh doanh lành mạnh, bình đẳng, cạnh tranh bền vững, tức là thể hiện cái đạo đức kinh doanh. Cái thứ tư là kinh doanh phải tuân thủ pháp luật. Như ban nãy tôi nói, đến đâu thì chúng ta cũng phải tuân thủ pháp luật. Và cái văn hóa kinh doanh làm sao cho chúng ta vừa phát triển kinh tế xã hội nhưng mà cái phát triển cái văn hóa trong doanh nghiệp, rồi doanh nghiệp lại góp phần phát triển văn hóa nó ngang tầm với lại phát triển kinh tế và xã hội và các cái ngành lĩnh vực khác. Chúng tôi, Tổng Bí thư Nguyễn Phú Trọng của chúng tôi nói là văn hóa là bản sắc của dân tộc. Văn hóa còn thì dân tộc còn, văn hóa mất thì dân tộc mất. Nên chúng tôi muốn nhấn mạnh đến cái văn hóa trong kinh doanh, rồi góp phần xây dựng cái nền văn hóa đậm đà bản sắc của ASEAN của chúng ta. Rồi chúng ta phát triển cái văn hóa của chúng ta ngang tầm với lại cái phát triển kinh tế xã hội. Vấn đề thứ 5 là phải đoàn kết, các doanh nghiệp phải đoàn kết với nhau, chia sẻ với nhau, hỗ trợ nhau. Dù là anh ở đâu, bạn ở đâu, nhưng mà tinh thần là trong tôi có bạn, trong bạn có tôi. Chúng ta hỗ trợ, chúng ta giúp đỡ nhau, chúng ta phát triển. Thì tôi muốn gửi gắm 5 cái điểm đó đối với lại cộng đồng doanh nghiệp của các nước ASEAN của chúng ta. Và là một cái đối tác tin cậy, là thành viên tích cực, có trách nhiệm, Việt Nam sẽ tiếp tục phối hợp chặt chẽ với Indonesia và các nước ASEAN.
Vietnam will work closely with Indonesia and other ASEAN member states to build an ASEAN that is united, cohesive, and resilient to maintain an environment of peace, cooperation, development in the region and the world. That is the goal we share. And let us work so that our people can enjoy wealth and happiness. And I fully trust that we can do this because we have been able to do this. We have stood together again to overcome difficulties. We are united in solidarity. We are united in diversity. We respect the differences and we support each other. We are mutually complementary. We exist in a state of symbiosis to grow together. As such, if we can do all of this, I'm sure we'll be successful. We would be more and more successful, no doubt. President Ho Chi Minh, the great hero of national liberation, the great man of culture of the world, have said, unite, unite,
Như thế,
great unity, great
thì chúng
unity,
tôi cũng
success,
thiết kêu gọi
success,
là
great
các
success.
doanh nghiệp, doanh nhân
And for this reason, I call upon the business community of ASEAN to stand together, stand in solidarity. Let us build together an ASEAN that is independent, resilient, and prosperous for peace, cooperation, development in the region and the world, and to improve the material and of ASEAN. And Vietnam always call on investors to come to Vietnam, invest in Vietnam, because your growth is our growth. In the spirit of harmonizing benefit, sharing risk, that is the spirit. And that is the thought that I would like to bring to the business community today. And it is our most ardent thought, our most ardent desire for this business community to stand together, because our mission is one, and that is to build a strong, prosperous, and a continually growing ASEAN to contribute to peace, cooperation, and development in the region and the world, to improve the material and spiritual well-being of ASEAN, so that next year is better than this year. Thank you very much. May our conference be a great success and bring about real benefit to our people.
Let's give a round of applause to the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh. Thank you very much for your extraordinary remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the Prime Minister of Vietnam, His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh, is leaving the room. Thank you. You may be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seats. Soon we will start the next session with another remarkable speaker who is going to join us shortly. We are still waiting for her arrival on this room. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce the next segment of our program. We are about to witness a special address that delves into a topic of utmost significance, a united ASEAN embracing humanity beyond borders. ASEAN nations share more than geographic proximity. They share cultural roots, historical experience, and above all, common challenges and aspirations. This special address will highlight the crucial role of business uplifting the marginalized and underserved beyond state borders. As an accomplished individual who has already made her mark in the world of entertainment and who has been a vocal advocate for positive change, our next address promises to be both enlightening and inspiring. So without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome as she takes the stage, Ms. Ralinsha.
Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, selamat sore. Distinguished guests, friends, and fellow advocates. It is such an honor for me to be here today at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. My name is Ralinsha, and I'm a proud Indonesian to be sharing a few thoughts with you here today. Today I stand as a voice representing the youth of the ASEAN nations, not only to talk about my career as an artist and a young female entrepreneur, but to share my perspectives concerning the exciting potentialities and the dangers facing ASEAN countries in the second decade of the 21st century. As a creative artist and specifically an actor, at the core of my craft is to understand the many sides of human character and emotions. Playing diverse roles has taught me many things, but the most significant being that no matter what our race, religion, or color, or socioeconomic background, or anything, no one is lesser than another. So too, we all share pain, grief, joy, and hope. We are all deserving of love and the right of equal opportunity to expand our human potential as far as we desire. These emotions have fueled my urge to learn, to have a deeper understanding of what it means to be human, and in my case, what it means to have this voice, especially for the young people of Indonesia. It is a blessing and a responsibility for which I'm very grateful for. My knowledge of ASEAN is not limited to data, history, and statistics. It is more importantly experiential, having been raised, fully educated, lived, and having grandparents in three of the member states that I all call home. I can claim to be through and through Southeast Asian. I was educated in Indonesia for my primary school and Malaysia for my secondary school, and also university, finally, in National University of Singapore, where I majored in political science, new media, and communications. I feel incredibly fortunate having been born in this region, specifically in Indonesia, a vast archipelago with a diverse population with hundreds of ethnic groups and cultures that against all odds have united to strive to build a tolerant and just democratic society. Again, I am blessed because of my motherland's abundant natural resources and the innate and magnificent creativity of our people. As I think and feel about where I come from, a source of power that is Indonesia, making up more than 1/3 of the ASEAN nation's total population, not to mention our sheer geographical size, I feel Indonesia has naturally the responsibility to lead us to a future that is aligned to ASEAN's visions with our core philosophies such as Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, and our Pancasila, the 5 principles of the Indonesian state, which includes the crucial importance of just and civil humanity. We live in a diverse, complex, and interconnected world. The human-made lines that define our geopolitical existence as nations should not limit our sense of responsibility towards one another. Amidst this intricate web of existence, we must remember that while these lines outline jurisdictions, they should never divide our shared humanity. As ASEAN nations, we share more than geographic proximity. We share cultural roots, historical experiences, and above all, common challenges and aspirations. As perceptions create reality, then we must allow ourselves to see these lines as bridges that connect instead of walls that separate us. When we prioritize humanity beyond state borders, we recognize that the struggles faced by our neighbors are not distant concerns, but issues that affect us all. Whether it's safeguarding our environment, building disaster resilience, promoting education and healthcare, or championing human rights, the challenges we face remind us that we are all a part of the ASEAN story. The good news is that despite a number of bumps in the road and political differences since it was founded in 1967, ASEAN has played a valuable role that has benefited its members by allowing them to present a united front on a perilous world stage dominated by major powers and alliances. While acknowledging this, it is nevertheless the conviction of myself and many young people in all member states that in order to achieve better results, steps should be taken to emphasize our shared heritage and history and increase intercourse and interaction that will enhance shared values and economic development. It is within this context, specifically in Southeast Asia, that businesses play a crucial role in societal transformation. As someone who has invested in businesses, I know firsthand the impact of one well-placed initiative can make. Through initiatives that span borders, business amplify the message that we're not just individual nations, but we are a collective humanity working towards a better future. As is rightly the case, this topic begins in our own backyards, in my case, Indonesia, the largest member of the ASEAN, which has undergone an accelerating and amazing economic and political transition, with still lots of room to grow in the last decade. Notably, many of our greatest stars are a new breed of young and internationally savvy entrepreneurs who have adapted cutting-edge technology to build better bridges and lives for more than 250 million citizens living in thousands of islands. Our ability to remain united because of our tremendous diversity stands proof that it is our shared human values, love of family, the pursuit of health, happiness, education, and economic well-being that binds us regardless of ethnicity, religion, or gender. As a business owner, when I think of a business, I always remember my 3 Ps, which is planet, profit, and people. It is not enough to make the cheapest mobile phone anymore. And no business is worth for me to invest in without these 3 Ps being equally balanced, more than less. This economic philosophy, I believe, is also known as conscious capitalism. Conducting businesses with a focus on creating value for all stakeholders, including employees, customers, suppliers, communities, and the environment. The idea is that business should strive to make a positive impact on society and the world at large. Conscious capitalism advocates for business to be purpose-driven, values-oriented, with a strong sense of ethics and social responsibility. This encourages companies to prioritize long-term sustainability over short-term gains.
Integration offers a compelling model of sustainable and economic success, and its energy and ambition are an inspiration to nations right across the global South. Indeed, there are clear similarities between UAE and ASEAN. We're both pursuing broad-based, inclusive growth. We both see talent and education as a key source of competitive advantage, and we both see foreign trade as a driver of productivity and prosperity. Increasingly, that means accelerating trade with each other. In 2022, for instance, non-oil trade between the UAE and ASEAN nations climbed 20% to reach $32.3 billion. This represents 5.2% of the UAE's total non-oil foreign trade. And in the first half of 2023, we recorded $15.3 billion in bilateral trade, 2% growth in the same period in 2022. And I think we can all appreciate that there is considerable scope to do more. In September 2021, the UAE launched a new foreign trade agenda based on pursuing stronger, closer ties with key markets around the world, markets that offered growth opportunity for our exporters, large-scale capital projects for our investors, and increased freight volumes of our ports, airports, and free zones. And the nations of ASEAN were among the most receptive of our plan. In July 22, Indonesia became the third country to sign a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with the UAE. Now fully operational, the deal has removed and reduced tariffs and more than 90% of product lines, eliminated barriers to trade, and created a platform to develop the halal economy. The results, non-oil bilateral trade will grow 250% in the upcoming 5 years. We're already on the right path. In the first half of this year, we shared $2 billion of non-oil trade, 11.7% more than first half of 2022. In June this year, we signed CEPA with Cambodia that will see a two-way non-oil trade surpass $1 billion by 2030. And we have also opened negotiation with Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam. I will welcome discussion with any ASEAN nations who shares our belief in open, transparent, mutually beneficial trade. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our CEPA program was born in the wake of a global pandemic. In order to kickstart our economy, we knew we needed to rebuild regional and international supply chains and secure new customers. But we also understand that trade is not simply about exchange of goods. It's about nurturing new partnerships that can boost investment, catalyze new capabilities, transfer knowledge, and attract talent. It is why the UAE remains the champion of multilateralism. We do believe greater economic integration means faster, smarter, and more equitable development, especially for lower income and developing nations. And I'm pleased that ASEAN nations share this vision and can see limitless possibilities for closer cooperation between both of us. In particular, the UAE unrivaled global connectivity and world-class logistics infrastructure offers ASEAN's manufacturers a bridge to the rest of the world. Our broad business ecosystem can also support the region's industrializations and entrepreneurs scale and expand into new markets. While our own investment community is keen to explore projects and joint ventures in highly priority sectors such as logistics, fintech, renewable energy, food security, travel, and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, as a global economic center of gravity continues to shift eastwards, the UAE and ASEAN can form a powerful new corridor of opportunity. Together, we can mobilize and direct capital into high-growth sectors, develop new solutions in food security and energy transition, create clusters of excellence in the industries of the future, and in fact, we have already started. Our collaboration on the region's largest floating solar park on the Charita Reservoir, Swiss Java, is a testament to the world's changing projects we are capable of delivering. While our work on the space exploration with Philippines and digital trade with Singapore underlines the breadth of possibility, I'm looking forward to deepen these connections here in Jakarta this week and writing productive new chapter in our region's relationship. All the best for the organizers, and thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Ziyodi. All right, once again, thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Ziyodi. And also, we would like to welcome the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Pahala Mansuri. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our insightful journey through this event, we're honored to present the next special address by an esteemed guest. This address promises to offer us unique perspectives on a topic of great importance. I have the pleasure of inviting to the stage the anchor of the session, who will guide us through the thoughts and insight of our esteemed guests. Please welcome the Coordinating Vice Chairwoman, Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, Ms. Sinta Kamdani.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dignitaries, I stand before you today with great enthusiasm and pride as we gather to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to a distinguished individual who has embarked on a significant journey in fostering stronger ties between ASEAN and its dialogue partner. We are honored to have the United Kingdom as our new dialogue partner for ASEAN. Moreover, we are extremely pleased to acknowledge this distinguished position held by Rishi Sunak as the first British Asian UK Prime Minister. This historic moment reflects the growing significance of the ASEAN-UK partnership and underscores the unique contributions that individuals with diverse backgrounds bring to the global stage. As we move forward with this partnership, we anticipate an era of increased cooperation, trade, investment, and cultural exchange. The intersection of ASEAN dynamic economies with the innovation spirit of the United Kingdom holds immense potential for our shared future. His Excellency remarks today will elaborate the UK broader aspiration for engagement with ASEAN as a region of geostrategic importance and a key player in global architecture. With that, it is my great honor to present the Prime Minister Sunak's video remark.
I'm proud that the United Kingdom's links with ASEAN are stronger than ever. We're standing side by side in our support for Ukraine. And in difficult economic times, we're working together to boost our shared stability, security and prosperity. We're dialogue partners with ASEAN. The UK is a top investor in the region, and our trade is growing at a phenomenal rate. But we're not stopping there. In the clearest sign yet of our belief in the region, we've now signed our accession to the CPTPP, a trade bloc worth £12 trillion in GDP. And we're ambitious about what we can do together to tackle climate change. We're taking forward our just energy transition partnerships with Indonesia and Vietnam. We're supporting major green projects in the Philippines, Cambodia and Laos. And we're providing up to £500 million of climate finance in the region over the coming years. We're also ambitious about seizing the opportunity of new technologies from digital trade to AI. British tech unicorns like Darktrace and Wise are already in the region, creating jobs and opportunities in ASEAN countries. And this is just a glimpse of what we can do together in years to come. Our UK delegation is at the summit, showcasing our vision for this growing partnership. Your countries are part of the cutting edge of tech innovation. You will be leading global growth in the years to come, and the UK will be your strongest partner on that journey.
Thank you, His Excellency Rishi Sunak, and also thank you to our esteemed anchor, Ms. Sinta Kamdani. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our insightful journey continues with our next special address by other distinguished guests. ASEAN has carried out various engagement forums with major powers to maintain the bloc's centrality within the broader region. Our next distinguished guest will explore ASEAN's outlook on the future of the Indo-Pacific and how their aspiration for a greater role in the world stage will shape their next moves. Please welcome to the stage the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, the esteemed His Excellency Pahala Mansuri.
Excellencies, distinguished members of the ASEAN business community, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with you in this very important event, and I would also extend my highest appreciation to the ABAC to be able to organize the ASEAN Business Investment Summit. I think it has actually been a very fruitful discussion and event. And I think we would like to be able to emphasize a couple of things. I would like to open with what President Jokowi actually mentioned on Friday when he opened the ASEAN Business Investment Summit at that time. And he opened by saying that the global environment right now is not okay. We are actually living in the middle of a perfect storm and uncertainties from geopolitical dynamics, as well as the slowdown in the global economic, and as well as some ecological problem that we are actually facing. Right now, for example, we are seeing that the global inflation rate has been able to triple since 2020 from about 1.9% to over 8%. And the global economic growth is only projected to be able to grow at about 3%. And we've seen that some of the disruptions because of the geopolitical tension has caused about $17 billion of losses for ASEAN annually. All of these are driven by the uncertainty that is actually coming from the geopolitical tension as well as some economic uncertainty. And therefore, there is no other way for us. All of the stakeholders will need to be able to work together, governments and businesses, to be able to adapt and collaborate to ensure that the long-term recovery and our long-term resilience for the future growth of our region. And ASEAN, for example, has been actively contributing to be part of the solution by initiating various engagements as well as dialogues. For example, for over 5 decades, ASEAN has been building an inclusive regional architecture based on the paradigm of collaboration and advancing concrete and inclusive cooperation. To be able to pave a way for such cooperation, ASEAN in 2019 has developed what we call the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific to put forward inclusive cooperation, aiming to be able to create stability. Rather than having the concept of Indo-Pacific as a security only, we would like to be able to also push for some economic collaboration to be able to support economic growth in the region. And this year, Indonesia assumes the chairmanship of ASEAN with the theme of ASEAN Matters, the epicentrum of growth. And Indonesia continues to be committed to ensure that ASEAN remains to be relevant, to be at the front center and the driver's seat in the navigating of the regional dynamics, to be able to address current as well as future challenges, and to be able to become the epicentrum of growth in the region. Testament to our commitment to continue to nurture this habit of cooperation, tomorrow, between the 5th and the 6th of September, Indonesia will organize a flagship event in conjunction with the ASEAN Summit, which is actually named the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum. This event aims to strengthen cooperation amongst ASEAN member states and the partners to be able to implement the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Through this forum, we want to be able to look at Indo-Pacific not only through the security lens, but also from the economic opportunities perspectives. AIPF will focus on critical issues for the future of ASEAN, including discussing about very relevant topics such as green infrastructure and resilient supply chain, sustainable and innovative financing, because the amount of investment that is actually going to be required to develop the green infrastructure as well as the resilient supply chain is actually enormous. To be able to build digital transformation as well as creative economy as the new engine of growth within the ASEAN as well as within the Indo-Pacific region. The AIPF will consist of panel discussion, business matching, and showcasing that will result in a list of concrete deliverables of cooperation projects, not only amongst ASEAN member states, but also amongst ASEAN member states with the partners. I'm confident that there is plenty of room to expand cooperation in ASEAN and within Indo-Pacific
ASEAN has continued to be a large market and strong regional integrator. Foreign direct investment into ASEAN also has reached a very strong growth in 2022. We need to continue to strengthen ASEAN position so that ASEAN can be part of the global supply chain. I think it is actually very relevant now that the geopolitical tension is actually increasing, that ASEAN will emerge as an alternative to be able to become the hub for the global supply chain, to be able to address some of the resilience and to be able to de-risk some of the issues with the global supply chain. Therefore, I would like to highlight 4 crucial sectors. First is actually energy transition. In this area, there are many potential. Indonesia has one of the largest nickel reserve with about 22 million metric tons, while Philippines possess about 4 million metric tons. And this combined capacity can make ASEAN as a key player in the global supply chain of EV batteries. And Indonesia and Vietnam are already right now developing the ecosystem. Second is actually the digital transformation. It is projected that ASEAN to be able to generate over 1 trillion rupiah by 2025, or a quarter of the entire ASEAN's GDP from the sector. And to be able to implement and to push for this, ASEAN will establish the Digital Economy Framework Agreement that is projected to even double the digital economy potential by the year of 2030, where the potential value to be unlocked reach about 2 trillion rupiah. Third, sustainable and innovative financing. We mentioned already that the investment that is actually required within the green infrastructure is actually enormous. It is predicted that around 210 billion US dollar of financing is required annually within the ASEAN country by the year, until the year of 2030, to be able to achieve the NDC of the various ASEAN countries. This financing, combined with the blended finance, will be required to be able to allow the country to achieve net zero by the year of 2060 at the end. And lastly, we also need to be able to increase the resilience of the supply chain within the food security and to be able to improve the health security. The pandemic and the recent situation in Ukraine has taught us a hard lesson to be able to diversify the supply chain within the food sector. And going forward, I hope that we can further explore how ASEAN can continue to strengthen the internal food security as well as health security. Those are the key areas that we hope we can further explore, that will also be discussed during the summit tomorrow. I hope that these areas we can further elaborate through the forum, whether it is actually today or tomorrow during the AIPF. I also look forward to any ideas to further enhance the cooperation between the government and the private sectors, as well as amongst the ASEAN member states. I'm keen to hear from all of you and to turn ideas in this meeting into concrete cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Pahala Mansuri. Thank you once again to our honorable speaker. We have His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Ziodi, His Excellency Pahala Mansuri. Thank you so much for your presence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the final plenary session with the topic of ASEAN connectivity, a growth engine for the region. As we preparing the stage for you, please remain on your seats. Once again, we are going to have the final plenary session on the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023. As we preparing the stage for you, please remain on your seats. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we request you to please remain on your seats as we are going to start the final plenary session shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have come to the final plenary session. This session focuses on ASEAN connectivity, a growth engine for the region. By bringing connectivity to the margins, ASEAN can facilitate the movement of goods and people and enhance the benefits of the region's economic integration. We are delighted to welcome a group of ASEAN's most prominent and successful CEOs who will share their experience in connecting ASEAN through different paths. We are pleased to have our moderator for this session, the Chairman of UK ASEAN Business Council, the Right Honourable Lord Faizi. The stage is yours. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much. It's a delight to be here. My name is Ed Faizi, and I'm the chairman of the UK ASEAN Business Council, and connectivity is a subject that is very close to my heart. I was the Minister for Digital Connectivity for 6 years under David Cameron, the UK Prime Minister between 2010 and 2016. I was responsible for the rollout of rural broadband to all parts of the United Kingdom. We connected 4 million households. I was also responsible for the rollout of 4G mobile phone coverage in the UK. And in fact, when I left the government in 2016, when we had a new Prime Minister, Downing Street rang me to say, the Prime Minister wants to speak to you. And I was in my car, and as I was driving, I noticed that I had no mobile phone signal. And it took the Prime Minister half an hour to get through to me to fire me. So I realized that I stayed as a minister for an extra 30 minutes because I hadn't quite finished the job of delivering mobile phone connectivity. But it's got much better with 5G. We do have some very distinguished guests on the panel now. We're going to cover a whole range of subjects, from renewable energy connectivity, financial inclusion, e-commerce connectivity, and transportation connectivity as well. So it's going to be a very lively and interesting discussion. I've met all the panel, and I can tell you they've all got very strong opinions and fantastic experience. Our first panelist is Chris Feng, who is the Group President of Sea, which owns Shopee, which is described as the Amazon of the region. And Chris is approaching now. We also have Tony Fernandez, the Chief Executive of Capital A and the founder of Air Asia. We also have Pak Satria, the Chairman of the Indonesian FinTech Association. Here he comes. I'm delighted as well to welcome Martha Saison, the President and CEO of GCash, which is now a duocorn in the Philippines. And last but not least, Jeremy Kwong Law, the CEO of Grok Ventures, which is the Australian billionaire Mike Cannon-Brooks' family office fund. Welcome to all our guests. So I'm delighted to have you all on the panel. And let's start just on my immediate right with Jeremy. Why don't you describe a bit about what you invest in from Grok Ventures and what we mean, as it were, by renewable energy connectivity?
Hi, everybody. Nice to be here. At Grok Ventures, we invest...
You want to hold it like this?
Can you hear me? Is that a bit better? At Grok Ventures, we invest in 100% of things in decarbonisation, specifically technologies that would drive decarbonisation that also realises significant returns for investors like ourselves and our investment partners. One of the core pillars of that is investing in what we call lighthouse investments, which are things like technologies that people don't understand quite yet, we believe, and they can bring a step change in driving decarbonisation, energy delivery, and also to drive economic returns and an outcome for countries. So I'm here as new owners for a company called Sun Cable, which is building the Australian Asia Power Link, which is connecting Australian sun to provide 15% of Singapore's electricity needs via a 4,200 kilometre subsea cable that goes around Indonesia. Why are we doing that? I guess that's like a seemingly audacious thing. In our minds, these lighthouse investments are very much inevitable. It's going to happen. In the 1980s, we didn't think fibre optic cables would happen in subsea, but now you look at fibre optic cables, there's hundreds of them everywhere in the world, providing the internet and powering the backbone of the phones that we're all carrying in our pockets today. And why is sort of the technology that we bring through Sun Cable sort of relevant? I think if you look at where the technology is today, solar is by far the cheapest form of electricity that we can generate in most places in the world. And to deliver that in the most cost-effective way, we believe high voltage DC cables is the future of that. These are big, deep submarine cables that can go for very, very long distances and connect a place with a lot of sunshine, a lot of renewable energy to a place where there is not much renewables but a huge demand centre. So if I can paint the story for you today of we're sitting here in Jakarta. This is 3 hours behind my home in Sydney in Australia. When folks wake up, go to school and go to the kitchen, turn the kettle on for their morning cup of tea, at Australia it's 9 o'clock in the morning. And at 9 o'clock in the morning today, Australia was at 50% renewables and the price of electricity in Australia was minus $25 a megawatt hour. So you're literally getting paid to use electricity as opposed to being charged electricity. If we can create long-distance submarine cables like what Sun Cable is doing to connect in Australia to Jakarta, we can provide really, really low-cost electricity to power households, businesses, and the like. And that's the real exciting thing that the Sun Cable is doing, and we're really excited about here.
It's an amazing story, really. And what is the kind of timescale? Because what you're talking about here, potentially, if this works, is the ability to export renewable energy very cheaply to all parts of ASEAN, but also it's a global technology. I mean, we were talking earlier, Europe could be using this in terms of solar power generated in North Africa and so on. So this is inclusivity in the sense of providing reliable, cheap energy to millions of people.
Yeah, these are big projects, right? Big infrastructure projects take a long time. From our timeline point of view, we are looking at sort of 2034, 2035 delivery into Singapore in the first project. But in a really good way, once you've got your first project done, it's a little bit like copy and paste, as we've seen in the fibre optic industry. In the space of sort of 30 years, we've gone from 0 fibre optic to hundreds of fibre optic cables in subsea. So it is about getting the first few projects up and running, and then we can then replicate as the industry gets to understand what it's about.
Brilliant. Well, let's move on to Martha, who's even now checking her GCash app. GCash is a phenomenal success in the Philippines, and you were telling me earlier the amazing statistics about how many people in the Philippines took out the app during the pandemic, and how basically, to put it slightly crudely, the pandemic really accelerated people going online and doing their digital banking, and therefore making a real impact in terms of financial inclusion.
Yes. The GCash is our e-wallet. It grew significantly during the pandemic. We've tripled our registered base from before the pandemic. And we've also helped significantly the increase in bank population from 29% before the pandemic to now 58%. We have 86 million registered users, which comprises majority of the adult population in the Philippines. And what's good about it is we're able to help increase the formal financial account ownership, which allows not just for inclusion, but financial progress. Once people are enrolled into the GCash app, they get to use it more, and they can be journeyed towards getting savings accounts, investment, insurance, and even getting access to credit, especially for people who need it the most. Just some statistics in the Philippines, credit is very important because 57% really don't have access to formal credit. So they tend to be vulnerable to loan sharks or very predatory interest rates. And this is brought about by the fact that 50% don't have proper documentation or identity and don't have collateral. In GCash, we have our proprietary credit scoring model, which we call G-Score, that gives opportunity for people to get access to fair lending through their digital behavior rather than collateral. So your collateral in GCash is your behavior. And this is important in Philippines where there's still huge population that's excluded. In GCash, we believe that financial literacy and inclusion is brought about not just by formal education, but familiarity. Familiarity, which is about normalizing the use of digital services like GCash and other e-commerce services that we have here as well. And the more people use it and the more people get to learn about it. And it helps alleviate and actually upgrade the lives of many Filipinos. During the pandemic, we were able to help the government distribute financial aid to more than 3 million Filipinos, and what would have taken the government more than 3 years to distribute financial aid, we did it in a few days. So that's how it helped many Filipinos during the pandemic. We continue to do so today by our very strong presence in the payment space. We're partnered, in fact, with Shopee Philippines and other e-commerce, of course, like Lazada and TikTok. And so we are used quite extensively in the Philippines, and not only in Metro Manila, but 70% of our customers are also outside the metro. So we serve even the rural areas. So we have the payments, we have the financial services. 1 out of 4 savings account holders in the Philippines has it via GCash, which is what we call GSave. We also have disbursed so far 100 billion pesos worth of loans to Filipinos, allowing people to have access to credit, especially those who need it the most. And most of these are unbanked. In investment space, we were able to help double the investment penetration in the Philippines just by creating an investment marketplace inside GCash. And we recently launched G-Stocks, which allows trading inside the app. This is the first ever service for any fintech in the Philippines.
So what are your, in terms of barriers, in terms of financial regulation? I mean, I can see that connectivity and inclusivity, one thing is actually a mobile phone signal, people having smartphones and being able to connect to the internet. But a lot of the fintechs that we've talked to while we've been here talked about the UK's open banking regulations, for example. Is there more that can be done in financial regulation to make it easier to build apps like yours?
First of all, I think our policies around criminalizing selling of identities. Because of the rapid growth of digitalization in the Philippines, some of our policies still need to get updated. Not a lot of people know the bad effects of selling their own identity. So valuing their own identity is quite important, and criminalizing the selling of that so that we protect people who are using the digital services. On the regulation end, things around regionalization, regional connectivity, which our Central Bank of the Philippines is already working on. In fact, we're working with the Central Bank of the Philippines in terms of international connectivity. So we're doing a sandbox with them such that GCash now is present in 6 countries like UK, US, Canada, Japan, Australia, and Italy, so that the Filipinos there can use their local SIMs in registering to GCash. It allows for easy remittance and takes out the friction.
Very good. And Tony, I think you did the thumbs up there for the point about open banking, but you have a fintech app as well, but you are a man of many trades. You're best known, you're a big personality in the UK as well for founding AirAsia, or growing AirAsia into a major airline. And your ethos from the very beginning has been to provide services at low cost to as many people as possible, including obviously starting with aviation travel. I don't know whether you could talk about fintech inclusion, but transport inclusion as well is important, and the regulatory barriers to make it easier to move around physically.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, 21 years ago, one of the things that I saw, and why I'm a big believer in ASEAN, was 700 million people here, and most of them were not connected. So we set about building AirAsia. We came up with a tagline, "Now everyone can fly," because the one percentage I saw was only 4% of people in ASEAN actually flew. So we saw a huge opportunity. And over the last 21 years, 60% of our routes are routes that no one ever did before. So we really provided the physical connection for both people and now boxes through cargo. And created a whole new market by bringing prices down and really made travel inclusive, which was our major goal. And, ASEAN is a fantastic market. If you think just before COVID, and we're just about to get back to the numbers we were at COVID, we carried 90 million people, which made us the 4th largest airline in Asia. And that really came out of ASEAN. So I'm a huge believer in this market. There's lots to be done. But in the aviation side, we moved a lot of changes in terms of open skies, bringing down barriers that were there. In the Philippines, we're the first ASEAN government to allow us to own 100% of an airline. So I'm very confident about the way things are moving. And so we're now doing that on cargo.
There's been great progress, but there's more to do. I mean, I said to you earlier that I sometimes see what happens in ASEAN through the prism of the European Union. They're two very different beasts, but the European Union did make a lot of progress in terms of open skies. And presumably there's more opportunity here in ASEAN to make it easier to build, as it were, ASEAN-wide airlines, which can then become global players.
Yeah, I think that's the key. For us, we're really just focused on ASEAN and then flying to China and India and the rest of Asia. But if you look at aviation, and if you look at the way ASEAN's going with digital economy, etc., bringing down barriers that existed for many years, the potential is huge for our part of the world.
Chris, you've got an e-commerce site, and the inclusion agenda as far as e-commerce goes is pretty massive. And Martha mentioned that one of the ways that GCash gained traction was by working with you as well. But e-commerce obviously provides access to cheap and accessible goods, but there are also presumably regulatory barriers in terms of moving goods around ASEAN. So what's your view on how e-commerce contributes to this agenda of including as many people as possible in this revolution?
I think for us, the mission for us is to better the lives for the consumers and SMEs across the region through technology. And technology is definitely the key for us to enable that, to bring the inclusion, to bring the connectivity to the region and within the countries. For example, if you look at our e-commerce businesses, Shopee, as you mentioned, we bring access to many of the underserved consumers who didn't have access to the products before. We also bring the opportunities to the SMEs, especially in the remote regions, who didn't have the access to the consumers they had access before. Not only within the country, we also bring this connectivity across the country in the region. For example, we have 20-minute listings products from Indonesia. We are able to enable them to sell cross-border, across the region to other countries. There are two elements of this, we believe. One is building the platform to enable people to have the connectivity. This have to solve the logistic issues, the payment issues, and regulation, as you point out. How do we make sure the product we sell online is regulated well? I think there are different rules and regulations within each country and also cross-border. How can we make sure the listings are legit? We have a big team. We have to manage this both from technology perspective. We have a large tech team who look at the products and which one that might be not following regulations. We have to take it down, etc. But beyond that, we also have an operation team behind it. That's one, building the platforms. Second one is to enable the skill set of especially the seller side, the SMEs. How can we make sure that the sellers on our platform knows how to use the platform well? That requires training. That requires the tools we provide. As an example, like Indonesia, we call Shopee Campus to train the SMEs across the region. We have like 10 campus now, physical campus across Indonesia, and we've been training more than 20,000 sellers in the last 2 years. I think all the things are essentially the tools and platform we built through technology to enable the consumers and SMEs across the region to have better connectivities, to have better inclusions.
So, I mean, I think e-commerce is absolutely at the cutting edge when it comes to harmonization across any economic region, because as you say, you've listed a whole host of different factors that add friction points in terms of, uniform standards for electrical products, for example. I mean, do you kind of engage with governments on these issues and try and encourage them to move towards harmonization? Do they see the opportunities?
I think definitely there are many things we can work together with the government. I think the core is to understand what are the right things for the market. And I think the interest is very aligned in terms of promoting inclusion, promoting connectivities. But the question is how to implement it well. And for that, we need a lot of dialogues between the industry and the government. As example, I think we work with many of the local government in the country, like Indonesia, to help in particular, what are the local production, what are the local sellers, how can we help them to sell online better, not only within the country, but across the border. I think that requires a lot of collaboration between us and each department within the government.
Brilliant. Sajid, we've been to Australia, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore. We're now back home in Indonesia. You're president of the Indonesian FinTech Association. Martha's talked a lot about financial inclusion and how to include people. And one of the issues that she also raised, which I hadn't thought about as an issue, is digital identity, which is absolutely crucial in financial services. What's the FinTech scene like in Indonesia, and what are the opportunities that you're seeing in terms of ASEAN?
So maybe just to explain, thank you for the question, but the FinTech Association, for some of you that may not know, in Indonesia, we started in 2017 with 6 members. Today we have about 340 members. And what's interesting, we're an SRO, similar to the Indonesian Stock Exchange in AFTEC, they call it AFTEC, for you to have license by the OJK, which is our Financial Service Authority. You have to be accepted to be a member of our FinTech Association. So it spans from digital bank, e-money, all the way to insurance, and just recently crypto. So crypto also will fall under OJK. So it's quite vast. We report directly to the Financial Service Authority. So since COVID time, I think it has exploded. And I think now, because we're a self-regulatory authority, we have to do a fine balance between growth versus risk. So if talk about this year, I think majority of our time spent is actually focused on governance, focus a lot on risk management, and just recently also on the explosion of AI. So if you talk about opportunity in Indonesia, it's, I think, very clear story. Market penetration similar to e-commerce, it follows e-commerce, what Chris is doing. It's still relatively small. I would say the next few years, you will see the market essentially double in terms of fintech penetration as well. So what's interesting today in terms of some of the leading players in e-commerce, in terms of payment, it has consolidated quite a bit, but a lot of the growth actually related in the back end. Anything related to security, anything related to what is called digital ID, and now obviously anything related to AI. So that's probably some of the big theme that is happening today. But with respect to AFTEC, the theme for this year related a lot to governance and consumer protection. Because what you're seeing in a downturn today, there's also fraud happening in the market. So we're quite cognizant of it. We've closed a couple of our members. We essentially tell them to shut down because they have been quite naughty. So that's also another thing that we're quite focused on. So governance, I think, is the underlying theme for this year.
Pandu, that's interesting. And what I love about this panel is everyone throws up an interesting topic that I hadn't thought we would cover. AI is actually, artificial intelligence is potentially a massively inclusive technology. We love to run scare stories about AI, but actually if you can talk to a bot and engage in terms of an issue, that's a great way of kind of extending a service to lots of people, isn't it?
So majority of Indonesians are unbanked, similar to the Philippines. AI is probably something where people in this forum talk about, right? What does that mean to the everyday people? To be honest with you, I'm both excited from a business perspective, but I'm also terrified from a societal perspective. And the reason being is related in terms of education. The education level in countries such as ourselves, Indonesia, and maybe Philippines and a couple of others, the STEM level is relatively very low. That's where we need to catch up, right? So if you compare Indonesia, we have to compare ourselves versus India versus China, there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of learning. The applicability in the short term is nothing short but amazing. But we have not yet talked about risk and in terms of policies. How would government talk about AI? How would government respond in terms of AI? Because whatever is good, there's also a downside related to that as well. So this is just food for thought. I know this is like in the afternoon already, but AI is a single one issue that I'm personally struggling with.
And what a note to end on, Pandu. So we're going to make way for the Prime Minister of Cambodia. Pandu, Chris, Tony, Martha and Jeremy, thank you for being such a brilliant panel.
Thank you very much, moderator and all panelists. Let's have a photo session together. We invite the moderator and also the panelists to have a photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final plenary session. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator and panelists. Thank you so much for the valuable insights. All right. Thank you very much to our moderator and all panelists. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a very short moment, we are going to have another special remarks on the topic of ASEAN in pursuit of peace and prosperity. As we're preparing the stage, we require you to remain on your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seats. We are waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, His Excellency Samdech Mohabovor Tipade Unbanen. We're going to have another special remark by the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, and we are still waiting for the arrival, so please remain on your seats.
unity, nobility, health, and strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, His Excellency Samdech Mohababu Tivade Unmanye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia is leaving the room. We extend our deepest gratitude for the presence of His Excellency Samdech Mohababu Tivade Unmanye. Or in Cambodia, we say Okun, Prime Minister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seats as we are going to proceed to our next agenda shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seats as the next speaker is going to arrive soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great anticipation that we look forward to the next segment of our event. We are privileged to have with us a speaker who will deliver special remarks on the theme ASEAN 2045, the Era of People. Our next esteemed speaker is not only a well-known figure, but also a person who stands for positive change with his dedication to humanitarian causes and his influence as a global icon, bringing a unique perspective on how ASEAN will shape its path toward 2045 with a focus on its citizens. He was recently inaugurated as an honorary ambassador at the 50th anniversary of Indonesia-South Korea relations. In his special remarks, he will share his vision of ASEAN in 2045 and highlight the role of mutual trust and understanding of people-to-people relations, the cornerstone of the international business and investment. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage the Ambassador of UNICEF East Asia and Asia Pacific Regional, Mr. Choi Siwon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency. My name is Siwon Choi from Korea. And I think, he's the most sexiest guy in this room, hopefully. Well, it has been 4 years since I became a part of this great journey. And I always feel very grateful to have the role of the UNICEF Regional Ambassador for East Asia and Pacific. So one of the most honorable jobs on earth is to advocate for children and their rights. This time, I also speak as UNICEF Next Gen Global Principal to the theme of ASEAN 2045, the Era of People. So I would like to start by sharing my vision. It's a vision of a region where every child grows up healthy, well-nourished, and safe from disease. A region where every child is protected against the devastating effects of climate change, where every child is safe and protected, including online spaces, where every child is learning the skills they need for the future. In short, it's a region where every child can pursue their dreams without any roadblocks. I share this vision with you because it's a perception that we can achieve together through strong social commitment and collective action. So why invest in children? I've seen it with my own eyes as I have traveled through this region. When we help children, there are ripple effects throughout their entire families. Those ripple effects lead to stronger, more resilient communities who are more and more able to cope with the shocks. And over time, stronger, resilient communities will boost their economies. The conviction that there is no better investment than investing in children is what led me to agree and become a UNICEF Next Gen Global Principal. Our small group of philanthropic investors leverages our influence, network, and resources to accelerate change for children, especially in the areas of climate change, health, digital education, and impact investing. In this era, there's no shortage of opportunities for us to make a difference for the very people that are the future of our region, our children. Still today, billions of children in East Asia and the Indo-Pacific reach the age of 10 without being able to understand a simple text. Too many children are still completing school without acquiring even basic skills, let alone the important 21st century skills required for meaningful employment. Despite progress made in vaccination, millions of children in this region have yet to receive a single dose of vaccine, exposing them to life-threatening illnesses like measles. So many of these boys and girls still live in impoverished, hard-to-reach communities with poor sanitation and unsafe water. The climate crisis is only making matters worse, driving a wedge between the rich and the poor, pursuing the poorest children into poverty and deprivation. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by these challenges. But the good news is that together we have the power to change the realities of those girls and boys through strong social commitment, collective action, and the right investments. Investing in children does not only make ethical sense, it makes economic sense. We know, for example, that the US $1 invested in the pre-primary education of the youngest children gives society 10 times in return. These kinds of investments promote sustainability and resilience and open up long-term prospects for ASEAN. But they need to be made now. Personally, I have chosen to partner with UNICEF because I have seen firsthand how their interventions change lives. UNICEF is the only organization working in over 190 countries with the ability to shape government policies, reach the most remote places, and deliver emergency supplies anywhere on Earth within 84 hours. UNICEF vaccinates almost half of the world's children every year, and over the last 20 years, we have reduced child mortality by 50%. More children are enrolled in schools with primary enrollment up to around 90%. UNICEF could not have achieved any of this without the mutual trust of the children and communities we serve. However, we need to take it a step further. Now is the time to not just think, but to take action. Children are our future, and your meaningful actions only can change the world, because we are change makers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Choi Si-won. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to the Ambassador of UNICEF East Asia and Asia Pacific Regional, Mr. Choi Si-won. Thank you for the powerful words. Thank you for giving your time in ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2023. I bet most of the audience want to take picture with Mr. Choi Si-won. All right. Once again, we are delighted to have the Ambassador of UNICEF East Asia and Asia Pacific Regional, Mr. Choi Siwon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence. 감사합니다, Mr. Choi Siwon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, we are still going to have another speaker. We require you to remain on your seats because we are still waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Laos PDR to join with us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seats. We are still waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Laos PDR. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we remind you to please be on your seats because we are going to have another state leader joining with us. We are still waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Laos PDR. Once again, please remain on your seats as we are waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Laos PDR. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Welcome the Prime Minister of Laos PDR, His Excellency Sonase Sifandon. Once again, welcome His Excellency Sonesai Sifando. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have now reached a significant moment in our event as we prepare to hear our final special remarks that will address the theme, Forging a Path of Progress, Giving Real Impacts of ASEAN Chairmanship. Please welcome the Prime Minister of Law PDR, His Excellency Sonesai Sifando.
ท่านประธานที่นับถือ บรรดาท่านผู้ตั้งหน้าสภา
members
ที่ปรึกษาธุรกิจอาเซียนและคู่ร่วมพัฒนา
of ASEAN Business
แขกผู้มีเกียรติท่านยิ่งท่านชายที่รักแพงทั้งหลาย
ladies
ก่อนอื่นข้าพเจ้าขอแสดงความสมเสยมายังเจ้าภาพอินโดนีเซียในนามประธานอาเซียน 2023 ที่ได้จัดกองประชุมสุดยอดธุรกิจในการลงทุนอาเซียนในครั้งนี้ข้าพเจ้าขอแสดงความขอบใจมายังท่านอาซาดราจิต
my appreciation to Mr. Rashid, Chair of ASEAN Bank 2023, for your kind invitation extended to me to the ASEAN Business Investment Summit with the theme ASEAN Centrality, Innovating Towards Greater Inclusivity. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the achievements in implementing the priorities of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, particularly in the area of trade and investment cooperation. These efforts have made substantial contribution to the socio-economic recovery of the region affected by natural disaster, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the global economic challenges. Excellency, amid the ongoing recovery of regional and international economies, the business sector holds a crucial role in propelling economic growth and sustainability. I'm convinced that the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit comes at a fitting juncture, addressing a subject that resonates with the current landscape, particularly on the topic Forging a Path of Progress, Giving a Real Impact of ASEAN Chairmanship. This topic encapsulates both opportunities and challenges. In today's world of interconnectedness, ASEAN collaborative efforts are pivotal in solidifying harmony and preserving ASEAN centrality. This entails fortifying ASEAN leadership in cooperation area in political, economic, social, environment, and sustainable development domains with external partners. Challenges remain, particularly concerning the digital transformation, technological innovation, and the SDGs, which require a harmonized coordination between government and business. It's imperative to ensure regional economic stability and security. This includes to support and development of micro, small, medium enterprise, to positioning them as the driving force behind the regional economic growth and addressing the commitment on to narrow the narrowing development gap according to the commitment of Leave No One Behind. In light of these considerations, I propose a dedicated focus on the realization of activities under ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025. This includes the implementation of ASEAN COVID-19 recovery framework, and to advance of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, and the strengthening of the ASEAN Free Trade Area in collaboration with ASEAN dialogue partners. This concerted effort will contribute to establishing a sustained ASEAN economy that assumes a central role at both regional and international levels. To that end, I am confident that ASEAN's centrality, adaptability to modern development, sustainable development, integration and connectivity, and cooperation will play a crucial part in charting a more advanced future. As the coming ASEAN chair in 2024, the Lao PDR remains dedicated to realizing the set of priorities to further cementing ASEAN's position as the epicentrum of growth. Thank you.
Thank you, the Prime Minister of Lao PDR, His Excellency Sonasai Sifandon. Thank you for joining us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for the Prime Minister of Lao PDR. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains of the enlightening and impactful event, we find ourselves at a moment of reflection and inspiration. The discussions, dialogues, and special addresses we have witnessed have undoubtedly deepened our understanding of the themes that shape ASEAN's journey toward unity, progress, and prosperity. In the spirit of collaboration that defines ASEAN, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of our speakers, panelists, moderators, and anchors who have shared their expertise and perspective with us. We also express gratitude to everyone who has been part of this event. Thank you once again for your presence. As we come to close the event, we are reminded that the journey does not end here, and we will witness the historical moment as we pass the flag to the next chair. We entrust them with the important task of furthering our region's collaborative spirit and progress. And now, at a symbolic gesture of continuity and shared responsibility, I am pleased to announce the handover of the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. Now we would like to invite the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Arshad Rashid, as the host of ABIS 2023, and the president of the Lao National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Oded Sofanapong, as the host of the next year's ABIS, to come on stage. And also we would like to invite the Prime Minister of Lao PDR, His Excellency Sonesai Sifandon, to witness the handover of leadership. The handover of leadership will be marked by the handover of the flag from Mr. Arshad Rashid to Mr. Oded Sofanapong. Please. Congratulations to Lao PDR as the next year's host of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. Please take a photo session together. We invite the Prime Minister and gentlemen to take photo together. Congratulations once again to Lao PDR as the next year's host of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. Mr. Dino, please join us on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed the handover of leadership from Mr. Arshad Rashid to Mr. Oded Sofanapong. And now we are going to do the ASEAN Way pose. Let's give a round of applause for the gentleman. Congratulations once again to Lao PDR as the next year host of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. We wish you good luck and success for the next ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. Thank you, Prime Minister, for witnessing the handover. Thank you, Mr. Oded. Thank you, Mr. Rashid, and also Mr. Dino. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Lao PDR, His Excellency Sonesai Sifandon, is leaving the room. Please raise. Once again, thank you very much for the Prime Minister of Lao PDR, His Excellency Sonesai Sifandon, for joining us today. Thank you for your presence and a wonderful time with us. Once again, we would like to say congratulations to Lao PDR as next year's host of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. We wish you good luck and more success for the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit next year. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that we're going to have a dinner and ASEAN Business Award. We kindly invite you to join the ASEAN Business Award in the Ritz-Carlton Pacific Hotel. For those who have already had the reservation, please take your invitation at the media registration desk at foyer area. Once again, for those of you who have already invitation or reservation for the ASEAN Business Award, we invite you to take your invitation at the media registration desk at foyer area. And we also provide a shuttle bus for you in front of Golden Lobby. Once again, after this, we still have the ASEAN Business Award So for those who have already reserved, please take your invitation at the media registration on the desk at foyer area. And we also provide you with a shuttle bus to go to the Ritz-Carlton Pacific Place Hotel, which is at the Golden Lobby. The prestigious event will recognize and celebrate outstanding businesses that have contributed to the region's development and success. Please join the event at 6:30 p.m. local time. Once again, the ASEAN Business Award will be held at the Ritz-Carlton Pacific Place Hotel. For those of you who already have the reservation, please take your invitation on the media desk, on the media registration desk at foyer area. The invitation is on the foyer area. And we also prepared the shuttle bus for you at the Golden Lobby. We also would like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, platinum sponsors, Astra International, Indica Energy, Sinarbas, gold sponsors, Bakri Group, East Ventures, Indofood, Mayora Group, silver sponsors, AC Ventures, Alpha GWC Ventures, April Group, BCA, Chandra Asi Petrochemical, ICTX, MRT Jakarta, Permata Bank, Standard Chartered, Surya Cipta Swadaya, Video, Virtue Dragon Nickel Industrial Park, and our bronze sponsors, Bronze, Grab Indonesia, Kalbe Pharma, and TBS. Once again, would like to inform you, for those who have already have reservations, please take your invitation on the foyer area for the ASEAN Business Award, and we also provided shuttle bus for you at the Golden Lobby area. Once again, thank you for being part of this remarkable event, ASEAN in Business and Investment Summit 2023. We look forward to continuing our journey toward a prosperous and united ASEAN. I'm Zilfia Iskandar signing off, and have a great evening. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Eskalator, mari.
Very spectacular in bringing up issues that we need to work very fast and collaboratively address because ASEAN does matters, and this is the epicentrum of growth.
ASEAN countries will be stronger if we can scale up the smallholder farmers and SMEs with the inclusive closed-loop model wholeheartedly. I want to thank all of you for participating and collaborating actively. Together we go far, fast and beyond.
Truly commendable. I believe as a country, Indonesia has focused on fostering innovation, digitalization and sustainability, which are all crucial for the future of ASEAN economies.
I've always said all along, Indonesia is ASEAN's big brother, and Indonesia's leadership is absolutely key to the future, and I'm really feeling it. ASEAN is feeling it, so I'm feeling good about what's happened this year. It's important that we build on this going forward.
Alhamdulillah, I think maybe first and foremost, thank you very much to the ASEAN Bank. We have had the pleasure of actually engaging with Pak Arshad very early on this year because he wants to be inclusive, he wants to share his ideas, but at the same time also, he's also sharing the aspirations of Indonesia as you move forward into the digital era.
First of all, I'm super excited to be here. The reality from my perspective is that ASEAN cannot exist without a strong Indonesia, and to see Indonesia put on such an amazing show with the whole of the business community from ASEAN is just extraordinary.
Dear media and journalists, we would like to inform you that if you are looking to enjoy a delicious dinner, our dining area is open and ready to serve you. The dining area located in the left and right corner of this hall. However, you are highly advised to bring your meal only to the dining area. This ensures a clean and pleasant working environment for everyone. Thank you. Have a wonderful meal.
rekan media sekalian. Selamat datang